Chapter 121. When the ninth princess heard that Ye Cheng would also attend the ceremony, her eyes widened in surprise, and then a spark of hope lit within her. But the feeling vanished almost as quickly as it came. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. What was she thinking? She'd already uncovered the truth of Ye Cheng's recent whereabouts. Ever since the Kongming sect's patriarch ascended to the imperial realm, he had returned to the Gu family estate to recruit disciples from all the major branches. Yet how long had Ye Cheng been under formal tutelage? And now, in less than 2 months, Jianju was boldly challenging Lin Yaoyue. What kind of martial genius could emerge so quickly? Rather than counting on the Gu family's intervention, she ought to place her faith in Sister Yaoyuan. If anyone could stand against the prodigy Jianju, it was Lin Yaoyue. Still, memories of Jianju's astonishing victory over Ling Kong, the way he felled his opponent with a single strike, made it impossible for the prince's heart to settle. Anxiety coiled in her chest, refusing to let her relax, even for a moment. And then, in the blur of anticipation and dread, 3 days vanished. The duel arena, built expressly for the Empire's rising prodigies, stood at the heart of the imperial city. From its raised viewing platforms, the crowds surged forward, drums thundered, and the air crackled with anticipation. Ever since Jianju had challenged Lin Yaoyue by name, word of the match had swept through the capital. Now nearly every young talent in the Shenmeng dynasty pressed in to witness what might become the defining contest of their generation. Even seasoned masters lingered beyond sight, observing in secret from the void. On the third prince's side, confidence ran high. His students and supporters stood tall, their expressions bright with pride. Across the arena, however, those allied with the ninth princess, both veteran masters and her young champions, felt the tension weigh heavily on their shoulders. It looks like the stands are completely full, Ye Cheng, formerly known as Gu Chengqing, murmured as he rematerialized beside a swirling portal. Beside him stood Gu Qinger, their faces lit by the arena's glow. Take Yunxi, your brother, and the rest of our family's talents, Gu Nishang and the others, down to the ringside, Ye Cheng instructed quietly. Wait there until things begin. With a nod, Gu Qinger guided the assembled geniuses toward the edge of the battlefield. Ye Cheng lingered a moment, sweeping his keen gaze across the crowd, noting every ripple of excitement and flicker of doubt. As the anticipation reached its peak, a subtle smile curved on his lips. The stage was set, and soon, destinies would be decided. Ye Cheng hadn't planned to bring his young apprentices along this time. He only agreed after receiving the formal invitation to the martial exhibition, and enduring persistent pleading from Yunxi and his younger brother, who both insisted on witnessing firsthand the prowess of Shenmeng dynasty's elite cultivators. They'd been training tirelessly these past weeks, and honestly, it didn't hurt to let them see what true masters looked like. After a moment's thought, Ye Cheng decided to turn the outing to his advantage. He would escort a handful of disciples, among them Gu Nishang and the ninth princess's protégés, to the arena. If the gifted Lin Yaoyue could hold her own, all would be well. If not, Qinger or Yunxi could step in. Either way, the siblings would gain invaluable experience. There was another reason for caution. Through his intelligence network, Ye Cheng had learned that a mysterious figure named Jianju had suddenly appeared in the third prince's camp, a stranger never before recorded in Shenmeng history. Such an unexpected move hinted at deeper intrigue, and he intended to keep a close watch. As he pondered these developments, a flicker of movement at the edge of the crowd caught his eye. In an instant, a slender figure in a white robe leapt forward, a jet-black soft sword fixed at his waist. The stranger's sudden appearance sent a ripple of curiosity and unease through the gathering. He was tall and lean, his bearing unmistakably heroic, yet his eyes burned with a cold, imperious light. In one elegant motion, he soared above the heads of dozens of fellow prodigies, sons and daughters of nobility in the third prince's camp, and stepped onto the arena floor. Even before he made a move, his defiant spirit was on full display. None of those he passed dared show the slightest sign of offense. Instead, they watched him, Ye Cheng, the brilliant young swordsman, in awe and admiration. Ye Cheng! Brother Ye Cheng is here. Could it really be him? On the opposite side, The young talents backing the ninth princess stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. Those who had already tasted defeat at Ye Cheng's hand clenched their fists so tightly their knuckles whitened, their faces etched with humiliation and simmering resentment. And there he stood, lightly poised in white robes, unshaken and utterly composed, ready for the next match to begin. Two of the third prince's foremost prodigies lingered at the edge of the crowd, their expressions cool and unconcerned as Ye Cheng made his entrance. They continued their quiet banter, unfazed by the growing excitement around them. "Lin Yaowei really is the Shenmeng dynasty's #1 genius," said the taller of the two, voice low. "Your ninth brother rushed in too quickly by issuing a challenge now." His companion chuckled. "Can you blame him? Who'd have predicted that the dynasty's famed young talents would turn out so mediocre? If it were me, even after 30 straight victories, I'd be bored before issuing a formal challenge. I'd simply name Lin Yaoyu as my opponent from the start." Their tones dripped with contempt for Shenmeng's vaunted geniuses, but their confidence was hardly misplaced. Each of these two was individually stronger than Ye Cheng, who was about to take the stage. In fact, their very presence served as his safety net. Should Ye Cheng stumble against Lin Yaowei, they would personally step in to deal with her and show everyone in Shenmeng the true majesty of the third prince's clan. Yet from the swift, precise movements already unfolding on the arena floor, it was clear they might soon need to reconsider how easily they could claim that victory. Neither the nine princesses' prodigies nor those serving the third prince are worth a second glance. Jian Wu and Jian San exchanged weary looks, shaking their heads in exasperation. Around them, the assembled geniuses, each one a celebrated talent in his own right, climbed onto the stage alongside Jianzhu. Tension crackled through the air. Lin Yaowei still hadn't shown up. Those factions that hadn't yet declared their allegiance could afford to wait patiently. But the third prince's followers saw only an invitation to jeer. Their voices rose in mocking chorus. "Where's the so-called #1 genius of the Shenmeng dynasty? Too scared to make an appearance? #1 genius? He can't even read the tide of fate, just another run-of-the-mill talent. Jianzhu's the real top genius here." "Exactly, a talentless coward," laughter rang out. Across the stage, the ninth princess's champions clenched their fists, fury flaring in their eyes. The challenge had been laid down, and the moment Lin Yaoyue finally appeared, the real showdown would begin. Lin Yaoyue was not only the Shenmeng dynasty's foremost prodigy, but also the shining star of the ninth princess's young talents. How could the third prince's followers stand by and watch her be ridiculed? A handful of other promising geniuses gritted their teeth and spoke up on her behalf. "Knock it off with these baseless rumors," one snapped. "Miss Yaoyue isn't afraid to face an opponent, as you claim. The duel's set for before noon. Have you really come straight from court just to stir up trouble?" "What? Are you terrified? Jianzhu might actually be beaten by her, so you're trying to discredit her before the fight even begins." Voices rose on both sides, tension crackling in the air. Inside the arena, Jianzhu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, serene and motionless. Across from him, the other side remained glaringly empty. Only the ninth prince's loyal supporters stood unreservedly behind Lin Yaowei. Most neutral observers still harbored doubts. After all, if neither contender feared the match, they would surely appear on the stage as soon as the duel commenced. No one in their right mind would really wait until the appointed noon. Could Miss Yaoyue actually be too timid to show? Just as the crowd whispered among themselves, a graceful silhouette swept across the sky, instantly drawing every gaze. Hidden high above in the sea of clouds, Ye Cheng couldn't help but lift an eyebrow as he peered at Lin Yaoyue's status panel with mild surprise. Her innate fortune rating. As the foremost prodigy of the Shenmeng dynasty, Lin Yaoyue's birthright was nothing short of astonishing. A purple level 7th fate, surpassing even that of his own disciple, Gu Qingcheng. True, her inherited skills weren't exceptional by Ye Cheng's exacting standards, but they were solid. With diligent cultivation and no unforeseen setbacks, it would only be a matter of time before she ascended to Saint Emperor status. Her confidence in breaking into the venerable realm was well-deserved. Achieving half-king perfection at such a young age was, he murmured to himself, exceedingly rare. Upon Gu Yecheng's declaration, the veteran masters concealed in the sea of clouds froze in astonishment. A perfected half-king? One of them whispered in disbelief. All eyes had been trained on Lin Yaoyue's arrival, and though they could sense her aura brimmed with half-king power, none could pinpoint her true level. Yet this extraordinary figure beside Gu Yecheng had recognized it at once. It seemed impossible. Before the murmurs died away, Lin Yaoyue had already touched down on the arena platform. She squared her shoulders and glared across at her rival, Jianzhu. "I thought you'd be too scared to show your face," she taunted. Jianzhu's lips curled into a sneer, but Lin Yaoyue's calm, beautiful eyes blazed with frost. You're hardly worth my fear." No sooner had her words fallen than the arena shook with a thunderous boom. A surge of perfected half-king energy burst from Lin Yaoyue's form, rolling outward in a fierce shockwave. The assembled spectators recoiled, involuntarily drawing breath as the raw power washed over them. In that charged instant, every onlooker realized they were witnessing something truly extraordinary. Half-king complete. Miss Yaoyue's just broken through again. No wonder Sister Lin arrived a bit late. She must have taken extra time to solidify her new realm. Voices rang out across the crowd, every prodigy of the 9 princesses' lineage erupting in cheers. Even those who usually stayed neutral found themselves utterly stunned by the powerful aura now emanating from Lin Yaoyue. Their eyes shone with admiration, while the older generation of masters exchanged glances of astonishment, not only at her talent, but at Gu Yecheng's discerning insight. They had all assumed he was merely another king-ranked cultivator. Clearly, his perception and acuity far outstripped theirs. Gu Yecheng, however, paid none of their thoughts the slightest mind. His gaze drifted instead to the jade ring in his palm. There, woven into the ring's inner surface, a miniature arena had come to life. Lin Yaoyue's likeness faced off against Jianzhu, his blade flashing like frost under a pale moon. On that tiny stage, she moved with fluid grace, sword slashes carving arcs of shimmering ice and moonlight. Each strike carried the chill of winter's first frost and the brilliance of a rising moon, as if the very essence of cold had been forged into her weapon. Gu Yecheng's brow furrowed as he studied her technique. Every parry, every feint, revealed her growing mastery, proof that her recent breakthrough was no mere milestone, but a formidable leap forward. A faint, approving smile curved his lips. Ouyue might have surprised the world today, but in Gu Yecheng's measured judgment, she had only just begun to reveal her true potential. A bone-deep chill pressed in on Gu Yecheng, driving him back step by step. Every time he tried to hold his ground, the cold force slammed into him anew. Watching him teeter on the edge of defeat, the young prodigies aligned with the 9th princess couldn't contain their excitement. As expected of Miss Lin Yaoyue, her strength is beyond all imagination. No one can challenge the Shenmeng dynasty's #1 genius. You lean on the 3rd prince's name. Tell us, what power do you really have? The 9th princess's supporters jeered triumphantly, while the 3rd prince's faction fell uncomfortably silent. Just as they braced for Gu Yecheng's downfall, he tipped his head back and let out a low, amused chuckle. Challenge the title of first genius? Ridiculous. At his words, a fierce pulse of energy exploded outward like a tidal wave. Gu Yecheng's aura surged until it matched Lin Yaoyue's, and even claimed the breath of half-king perfection. His black, flexible sword, coiled in his hand, seemed to awaken too, writhing with sinister power as if it were a living serpent poised to strike. Every time Jianzhu's blade whistled through the air, it shattered Lin Yaoyue's sword qi and moonlight arcs into splinters. In just a few strokes, he erased every advantage she had fought so hard to gain. The talented warriors cheering for the 9th princess moments before now stood frozen, their smiles gone cold. Watching it all, Jianzhu's eyes gleamed with cruel satisfaction as he took in Lin Yaoyue's ashen face and let a sinister grin curl his lips. Now do you understand the difference in our strength? He taunted. I'll give you one chance. Admit defeat, and I'll let you leave the stage unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Yaoyue bit her lip, her knuckles whitening around the Hanyue spirit sword. Then don't blame me for what I must do. With a mocking sneer, Jianzhu unleashed a vicious swing. His blade roared like a black python, and under the horrified gasps of onlookers, it struck Lin Yaoyue with bone-jarring force. She barely had time to bring the Hanyue spirit sword up, positioning it horizontally to deflect the blow. Blood spurted from Lin Yaoyue's mouth as she let out a choked groan and was hurled off the stage. Only her vast reserves of inner strength kept her from losing consciousness outright. Even so, she was in critical condition, her left knee pressed into the ground, both hands clutching the hilt of the Hanyue sword just to keep herself upright. On the stage, Jianju stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Shock and disbelief clouded Lin Yaoyue's eyes. He was a half-king. Yes, she'd expected no less from someone capable of defeating Ling Kong. But when two half-kings squared off, the battle should have been more evenly matched. Why, then, had she fallen so swiftly? The difference lies in skill and technique, she whispered to herself. High above, floating on the sea of clouds, Ye Cheng shook his head. Inborn talent alone couldn't decide the outcome. Lin Yaoyue's potential even outshone Jianju's. The real advantage lay in the martial arts they'd each mastered. Jianju's fighting style was leagues beyond anything found within the Shenmeng royal family's vaults. Those forbidden techniques gave him an overwhelming edge. It was no wonder Lin Yaoyue had been defeated so decisively. Ye Cheng studied Jianju with keen interest. He had only agreed to let the children venture out for a bit of fun. He never expected to uncover such hidden strength. Clearly, whoever stood behind Jianju commanded real power. All around them, the young disciples affiliated with the 9 princesses went deathly pale when they saw Lin Yaoyue's crushing defeat. With her routed, their last hope evaporated. The neutral prodigies and veteran masters, standing on the sidelines, exchanged glances, then quietly turned away. In this high-level arena, the 9 princesses had barely managed to hold their ground before, sending forth every champion in a desperate effort. Once the 3rd prince exhausted his reserves, they were bound to lose their advantage. And now, today's match of Tianjiao Juniors had ended in humiliating failure. If Lin Yaoyue herself could be so decisively beaten by Jianju, what chance remained for the princesses? "Fall back!" a junior disciple shouted. His voice cracked as he spun on his heel, rallying the others. Within moments, the remaining young fighters were streaming away, their banners lowered in defeat. Ye Cheng simply watched them go, his expression unreadable. Already mulling over the next move this unexpected turn had forced him to make. The atmosphere around the 9th princess's camp had turned bleak. One by one, the venerable elders exchanged terse orders. "We won't stay here a moment longer. As soon as we return, dispatch an envoy to pay respects to His Royal Highness, the 3rd prince. And send word to the head of our family. Warn him against colluding with the 9th princess. It's a lost cause. The embers have died. They can't be fanned back to flame." Even among those once loyal to the 9 palace lords' faction, whispers of defection had begun. Some elders mulled the timing of their switch. Others had already pledged allegiance to the 3rd prince and merely delayed their departure from this sinking vessel. The 9th princess's supporters felt morale drain away, leaving only despondency in its place. The younger disciples, so recently brimming with determination, exchanged anxious glances. Lin Yaoyue pressed a hand to her chest, guilt and fear warring in her eyes. Everyone sensed a turning point. No one dared speak of victory when every sign pointed toward collapse. High above them all, on the ever-shifting sea of clouds, Ye Cheng's voice rang out clearly. "Chinger, I'll leave him to you. Is that all right?" A moment later came the swift reply. "No problem. Master, don't worry." Chinger's voice rang out as she sprang to her feet, impatience written all over her face. Under the envious stares of the Gu family's younger generation, especially the Yunxi siblings, she dashed through the crowd and vaulted onto the battle ring, instantly capturing the attention of every spectator. Chapter 122. Ye Cheng watched the arena with a steady gaze. As his disciple's master, he knew better than anyone just how formidable Gu Chinger had become. On paper, she was only in the early stage of the half-king realm, but in actual combat, she could cleave through ordinary xuanwangs in just a handful of exchanges. Even someone as renowned as Jianju, though powerful in his own right, still lagged behind a true early-stage xuanwang. Against his prodigy, Jianju would be all but doomed. But none of this was apparent to the spectators. The moment Gu Chinger floated onto the battlefield, a hush fell over the crowd. They had come expecting Jianju's usual brisk victory, Yet here was this young woman stepping forward with an unassuming air. He, too, paused mid-stride, brow arched in genuine surprise. "Who are you?" Jianzhu called, his voice carrying clear across the arena. "Gu family. Gu Chinger," she replied, her tone as calm as a placid lake. As her name echoed outward, a subtle ripple of power radiated from her, like a faint tremor before an earthquake. Still, even that tremor seemed modest compared to the sheer devastation Jianzhu had wrought when he'd pulverized Lin Yaoyue not long ago. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Jianzhu himself shook his head, as if to clear an unexpected thought. "An interesting trump card," he murmured, his lips curving into a calculating smile. "Well then, Gu Chinger, show me what you've got." At his challenge, Gu Chinger's expression didn't flicker, yet the air around her grew warmer, denser with suppressed force. The audience leaned forward, sensing the storm about to break, and Ye Cheng, standing just beyond the arena's edge, allowed himself the faintest of nods. His disciple was ready. Now it was time for her to prove just how far she had come. Ye Cheng leaned back in his seat, watching Gu Chinger take the stage with a faint curl of his lip. She was, at best, an early half-king, hardly worth his serious attention. He just demonstrated what a late half-king could do by dispatching Lin Yaoyue in moments. So what possessed this girl to challenge him now? He didn't care to find out, and he certainly didn't intend to waste his strength on such a trivial opponent. But all around him, the spectators were suddenly buzzing. Isn't that Gu Chinger of the Gu clan, the one who beat Chen Fange at Yunlong Mountains? A child defeating Chen Fange? No way. Chen Fange is one of the finest young talents in the Three Princes camp. If she really bested him with a single sword stroke, her power can't be so modest as early half-king. Even those who had come to cheer for the Nine Princesses' side found themselves sneaking glances at the dice. Yet just as quickly as excitement sparked, it died away. After all, despite his reputation, Chen Fange ranked only among the top 10 of the Three Princes camp, and the very elite here eclipsed that. Doubts returned, and hushed criticisms replaced their earlier wonder. Ye Cheng continued to watch, unmoved. Let them talk. When the duel began, he would show them exactly why it was pointless to underestimate him, or to overestimate anyone else. Ye Cheng glanced up at Jianzhu, recalling how even Lin Yaoyue had fallen to him without a sweat. He knew he wasn't in the same league. Jianzhu lifted one brow and regarded him coolly. "So that's why you dared to challenge me on stage. You've made quite a name for yourself. But," he added, turning his gaze sharper, "just because you beat Chen Fange doesn't mean you're qualified to face me." With that, Jianzhu pivoted, preparing to step down from the platform. Relief swept across the Nine Princesses' camp. They had already suffered the sting of Lin Yaoyue's defeat. Another public loss would be intolerable. A handful of female disciples waved frantically for Ye Cheng to withdraw before things got uglier. Still, Ye Cheng's expression never wavered. He lifted his chin and spoke in a steady voice. "You want me to step down? Fine, but only when you first lain flat on your back." In the same instant, he drew his blade in a smooth arc and launched his first strike. Swoosh! A blade of pure, numbing cold swept across the arena, like a gale from the Nine Netherworld that could freeze the mind itself. "What?" The watching monks all gasped. Not only had Ye Cheng refused to retreat after his failed attempt, he'd pressed the attack against Jianzhu. They stared at him as if he'd gone mad. Did he really want to die? Jianzhu, who'd been standing opposite, blinked in genuine surprise. That single slash carried more power than any of Lin Yaoyue's blows had moments ago. Even so, his pride flared. He wouldn't be bested so easily. "All right, if you're begging for death, I'll grant your wish," Jianzhu roared. With a fluid twist, he narrowly evaded Ye Cheng's follow-through. Then he swept one arm skyward, and two dazzling crimson spirit swords burst into being in his hands, their light painting the battlefield in blood-red hues. The tension crackled. The duel was about to ignite anew. Only one would walk away. As Jianzhu's spirit power surged, he slashed out a blazing cross of light, 10 vermilion flame blades. "It seems Ninth Brother is truly furious," murmured one of the princes watching from below. "This boy is in for a rough time." In the stands, Princess San and Wu leaned forward, their eyes gleaming as they eyed Ye Cheng with thinly veiled pity. Where the twin blades of flame tore through the air, The very space seemed scorched, as if it might be burned away. The onlookers held their breath before that fearsome display. A few who stood too close shuffled back instinctively, unwilling to risk a stray ember. On the third prince's side, several young geniuses exchanged triumphant smirks, already picturing Ye Cheng's defeat and the ensuing humiliation. But on the stage, Ye Cheng stood motionless, eyes steady. As the fiery cross of light approached, he raised his sword and met it head-on. His voice, calm and laced with disappointment, rang out over the roar of the flames. "Is that really the best you can do?" Ye Cheng lifted his hand in a calm, measured gesture, and with a single swing of his sword, he cleaved the crimson crossblade of blazing spiritual flame into shards. "What?" Jianju's face went ashen. He stared at Ye Cheng in stunned disbelief. That red flame sword technique ranked among his top 3 deadliest moves, and it had been torn apart in an instant? "How is this possible?" he roared inwardly, forcing himself to remain composed. The audience, still reeling from the loss of Jianju's signature attack, barely had time to gasp before his second strike crashed in. A swirl of sword lights, each one more powerful than the last, rushed at Ye Cheng. Yet just as before, the blade never reached its mark. With effortless precision, Ye Cheng intercepted the onslaught, dispersing each blade before it could close the distance. One assault followed another, but every time Jianju unleashed his most formidable techniques, they shattered like glass against Ye Cheng's defensive mastery. What Jianju considered devastating methods fizzled into nothingness. To Ye Cheng, they were mere child's play. Through it all, Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his expression serene and unhurried. He hadn't even strained, and still every blade Jianju summoned was cut down before it could threaten him. Even the slowest observer could now grasp what was unfolding on the battlefield. Every eye fixed on Ye Cheng in stunned disbelief. "What's going on with Ye Cheng of the Gu family?" someone murmured. "He's restraining Jianju, the very warrior who defeated Lin Yaoyue." Lin Yaoyue herself stood speechless, staring at the Gu family's team. Shock coursed through her veins until her heart pounded. She knew Ju's true power better than anyone. After all, she'd gone toe-to-toe with him and lost. And yet here he was, effortlessly pinned beneath Ye Cheng's grip. It didn't add up. When Lin Yaoyue had faced Jianju before, he'd held back some of his strength. Now he was fighting at full power, and still he couldn't break free of Ye Cheng's hold. The contrast was impossible to ignore. The opponent she had failed to defeat moments ago was now being ruthlessly subdued by this up-and-coming prodigy from the Gu family. Amid all the astonishment, Ye Cheng remained unmoved. He paid no heed to the whispers rising from the crowd. His expression betrayed only one thing: deep, unspoken disappointment. Watching Jianju's labored breathing and the sweat glistening on his brow, Ye Cheng shook his head. "You're overconfident," he said with a faint smile. "I thought you were unbeatable. Turns out, this is all you've got? Or is there some secret power you've been hiding?" There was genuine curiosity in his voice, but that only infuriated Jianju more than any outright insult. Hidden strength? He snarled inwardly. This was every ounce of his skill. He had nothing left to hold back. With a fierce roar, Jianju lunged forward, sword slicing through the air toward Ye Cheng. The arrogance and poise he'd worn earlier vanished, replaced by a desperate ferocity that set the spectators' hearts racing. Many leaned forward, sure this was the moment Jianju would unleash an astonishing new technique. But before they could witness it, there was a sudden crack. Ye Cheng met Jianju's slash with a cool, precise parry, then drove his blade straight into Jianju's defense. The force of the blow sent Jianju flying out of the ring, his body sailing over the bannered edge before crashing onto the ground below. Silence fell across the arena. Whether aligned with the 9 princesses, the 3 princes, or still undecided neutral onlookers, clan heirs and master fighters alike, they all stared in stunned disbelief at Jianju's unceremonious defeat. All at once, the spectators' jaws dropped. Their gaze snapped from Jianju to the figure standing confidently in the center of the ring, Ye Cheng, with sheer shock written on every face. "Jianju? Lost?" someone murmured in disbelief. Even the Tianjiao disciples arrayed behind the 9 princess had been ready to depart, certain their champion would prevail. Only when Jianju was sent tumbling off the platform, his body crashing into the crowd like discarded refuse, did they halt in stunned silence. Their expressions mirrored the collective wonder of the elders in their clan. The Gu family has such a prodigy? He's been kept entirely under wraps? That's some serious concealment. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, the third prince's youthful geniuses, who'd ridden a wave of confidence, felt as though they'd plummeted from crest to trough in an instant. Amid this pandemonium, hidden in the crowd, Jianwu and Jiansan exchanged triumphant smiles, barely able to contain their laughter at the astounding turn of events. The moment they turned their gaze to Ye Cheng, any trace of awe had vanished, replaced by unbridled contempt. These so-called geniuses of the Shenmeng dynasty no longer saw him as an equal. They saw only someone to belittle and lecture. "He's talented, I'll give him that," Jianwu drawled, voice dripping with derision. "But for someone so young, his sword skills are surprisingly competent." "Quite," Jiansan chimed in, sneering. "Otherwise, how could he have dispatched young Master Ju so effortlessly?" Their words rang with scorn. The monks who had been quietly observing the duels exchanged stunned looks. They stared at Jianwu and Jiansan in disbelief, as though witnessing fools. Then, hearing them casually call the formidable Jianju young Master Ju, the monk's shock turned to apprehension. Good heavens, could these two really be Jianju's elder brothers? One of them murmured, "His brothers?" Another echoed, voice trembling. Meanwhile, the proud youth gathered around the third prince's banner, already smarting from Ye Cheng's performance, sank deeper into frustration. Their hopes, once high, now felt threadbare in the wake of his unexpected triumph. The crowd's tension snapped the moment they heard that soft sigh. It was as if drowning Sui Rematters had just been handed a life preserver. Everyone straightened up, eyes locked on Jiansan and Jianwu with a mixture of relief and awe. Encouraged by their reaction, the two brothers grew increasingly arrogant. With a faint smile, Jiansan nodded toward Ye Cheng, who still stood alone on the stage. A sharp gleam sparked in his eyes. "Quite a feat just to make it up here, isn't it, Jianwu? Give it up. This Ye Cheng isn't for you." Jianwu's lips curled into a slow grin. "Third brother, I can offer you plenty of things, but Ye Cheng isn't one of them." They bickered openly, treating Ye Cheng like a prize to be bartered. The onlookers froze in shock, until Ye Cheng's cold voice echoed across the arena. "Stop arguing. You two, come on up together." Silence fell for a heartbeat. Then Jiansan and Jianwu exchanged triumphant laughs. "Looks like your last defeat really made you look weak, Jianwu," Jiansan said. "Fine, Ye Cheng will be yours." Jianwu bowed with a predatory smile. "Don't worry, third brother. I won't disappoint you." Ye Cheng's form blurred like a bolt of lightning as he slipped into Xiaoju's place in the center of the arena. The blood-red dust kicked up by his landing hung in the air, and every pair of eyes, from the assembled prodigies to the veteran masters lining the ring, fell on him. "Kid, you beating Xiaoju proves you've got real talent," Jianwu called out, a teasing grin on his face. "But don't get cocky. Defeating Xiaoju is nothing. He's the weakest of the three of us." Before Jianwu could finish, Ye Cheng raised a single eyebrow. A cold gleam sparked in his dark eyes. Calmly, he lifted two slender fingers and waggled them at Jianwu, the gesture slicing through the mockery like a blade. "I admit it," he said, his voice measured. "Among the younger generation of the Gu clan, I'm ranked third." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the old masters leaned forward. "But," Ye Cheng continued, shifting his gaze to include Jiansan, "neither you nor Jiansan fills those two spots above me." A chill smile curved his lips as he met Jianwu's stunned expression. In that instant, the joke was on Jianwu, and everyone around the arena knew Ye Cheng meant every word. Ye Cheng sneered, "You're not even qualified to witness the power of those two. You can't even pass my level." Chapter 123. The moment Ye Cheng finished speaking, the cultivators gathered in the arena all went deathly still. Eyes widened, faces paling with shock and skepticism. Everyone present was well acquainted with the Gu family's reputation. Even after Patriarch Kongming had ascended to the imperial realm, the Gu clan had never counted among the Shenmeng dynasty's great lineages. At best, they were a respectable first-rank household. For such a family to produce a single prodigy was already a noteworthy achievement. Yet here Ye Cheng was, claiming that two members of his own family surpassed him in strength. The notion seemed absurd. Beneath the platform, the Gu family's young talents exchanged glances of awe and disbelief. Gu Nishang, their appointed leader, stood at the center of their huddle, his brow furrowed. A young genius in service to the 9th princess, one of the Gu clan's most promising disciples, stepped forward, voice barely above a whisper. "Leader Nishang," he murmured, "is it really true? Are there truly two others in our family who outmatch Master Ye Cheng?" Nishang's heart pounded at the question. Not only had Ye Cheng just delivered a stunning victory over the renowned Jianju, but now he claimed to be eclipsed by two fellow Gus? The implication was staggering, and it threatened to rewrite everything the cultivation world believed about the Gu family's standing. As whispers cascaded through the crowd, all eyes turned back to the stage, waiting to see if Ye Cheng would name these mysterious prodigies, or if this was some impossible boast. Who could stay calm in a moment like this? Gazing at the astonished expression on her friend's face, Gu Nishang remembered how Yunxi's siblings had come to her rescue in the ancestral land during her recent cultivation. She gave a slight, earnest nod. "Ye Cheng," she said, "I promise you, she's not exaggerating." Nishang's confirmation sent a ripple of shock through Princess Ju's junior disciples. They fidgeted, unable to hide their anxiety. On stage, however, Jianwu and Jiansan merely exchanged mocking glances, their lips curling in derision. "Two more geniuses even stronger than you?" Jianwu drawled. "How entertaining." Jianju, Jianwu, and Jiansan were hardly obscure names. They were among the most outstanding young talents of the Tantai family's current generation. Though the Tantai often appeared aloof from worldly affairs, they actually maintained close intelligence on every power in the Shenmeng dynasty. Naturally, the Gu family fell squarely within their purview. As the direct heirs of a once revered lineage, the Gus commanded respect, but in truth, their bloodline had only produced one true prodigy, Gu Ye Cheng. Jianwu's lips curled into a derisive smile. "Two stronger opponents? You must be joking." Gu Ye Cheng's brazen challenge only stoked his anger. The Tantai clan had always ruled with pride and arrogance. When had they ever been bested? Now they stood on the brink of humiliation. "What you're saying is nothing but empty boasting," Jianwu snapped. "I don't know if those two so-called hidden geniuses even exist, but if they do, I guarantee they're no match for me." His words hung in the air like a gauntlet thrown to the ground. With a single, disdainful step forward, Jianwu unleashed a ferocious burst of aura around the ring. The spectators recoiled as an overwhelmingly powerful energy, King Realm level, no less, spilled from his body. He's a King Realm expert," someone gasped. "And so young!" Another whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. Silence fell over the arena as Jianwu reached for the crimson sheath at his waist. He drew free a red-hued spirit sword that seemed to drink in the very light around it. In that instant, every spectator's jaw dropped. Even Gu Ye Cheng's confident smirk faltered in the face of such undeniable prowess. The once cocky boastings of the Gu clan expert faded into the charged hush of the crowd. All that remained was the sight of Jianwu, sword in hand, aura blazing, proof that true strength brooked no empty words. In the 9 princesses' camp, the Tianjiao disciples who had briefly dared to relax after Gu Ye Cheng defeated Jianju now felt their hopes sink like stones. Even the impartial spectators turned anxiously to the ring, their eyes fixed on the next challenger, Jiansan. If Jianwu was already a King Realm master, how formidable would Jiansan be? A perfected early Xuanwang, or even mid-Xuanwang? On the stage, Jianwu's aura swelled like a living tide, raw power pressing outward in every direction. The mere force of it made the crowd tremble into silence. Suddenly, no one believed Gu Ye Cheng could win, not because they doubted his talent, but because the chasm between the half-king realm and the true king realm was simply too vast. And Gu Ye Cheng, despite being a prodigy in the early half-king stage, was still far too weak to stand against a genuine king realm expert. A hush fell over the camp as everyone exchanged worried glances. Finally, one of the Tianjiao murmured, "Well then, what do you think the outcome will be?" "Do you still think you can't get past me?" Jianwu taunted, his eyes alight with arrogance. In a blur of motion, his crimson spirit sword ignited into a blazing arc and shot straight at Gu Ye Cheng's head. The fiery slash hissed through the air, its ferocity eclipsing even the cross-shaped infernos Jianju had unleashed earlier. Gasps trembled through the onlookers. Princess Ju's prized prodigy clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white, silently willing Ye Cheng to dodge the lethal strike. But Ye Cheng stood firm. A calm, confident smile curved his lips. With a single fluid motion, he drew his own sword and advanced into the path of the flaming blade. Clang! The collision of steel sounded like thunder across the sky. Immediately, 3 dazzling arcs of swordlight erupted from Ye Cheng's blade, cascading forward like overlapping waves. As the final arc descended, spectators felt as though a colossal tsunami, towering over 100 feet, was barreling toward them, ready to obliterate everything in its path. "Damn it!" someone behind them hissed, unable to hide their shock. How could this be? Jianwu's eyes, once brimming with sarcasm and smug confidence, now widened in sheer horror. He had expected his first wave of crimson spirit flame to consume Ye Cheng's swordlight, but instead the blade cut straight through his defense. Before he could even process what had happened, the second and third strikes followed. A scream caught in his throat as those twin blows anchored home, sending him hurtling backward nearly a kilometer, more humiliated than even Jianju had been. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed into the crowd, unconscious. Thud! The impact reverberated around the arena, and the spectators fell silent, stunned. Below the ring, Jian San, who'd watched from the sidelines, looked as though he'd seen a ghost. Staring at Ye Cheng standing unscathed in the center, he wondered if he was still dreaming. Three sword strikes knocked my 5th brother right off the platform? His heart pounded so fiercely he thought it might burst. A cold fear surged through him, leaving his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 124. Jiansan might have outclassed Jianwu, but he was nowhere near as unbeatable as the crowd believed. At best, he'd just stepped into the early stage of the Xuan King realm, and that power had obvious limits. He'd defeated his 5th brother in the blink of an eye. How many more opponents could he cut down before he wore out? 5 swords? 7. The question hung in the air, and even Jiansan's confidence began to waver. Meanwhile, in the 9 princesses' camp, the younger generation of the Gu family watched with equal parts admiration and frustration. Yunxi punched his brother's shoulder. "Qing'er's too much," he muttered. "Can't she just lose on purpose, so one of us can have a turn?" Their companions stifled amused snorts, but whenever they glanced at Gu Qing'er, their laughter died away, replaced by awe. Not long ago, when Qing'er first became Ye Cheng's disciple, her strength had only reached mid-king level. Now, in less than 2 months of intensive training under her master, she'd not only surpassed that, she'd grown strong enough that even seasoned Xuan kings quailed before the power of her 3 swords. And as Jiansan hesitated at the edge of the arena, that reality weighed on him more heavily than any blade. Among the Gu family's prodigies, Gu Xinmeng, second only to Gu Nishang, could not hide the mixture of envy and regret that clouded her eyes. She, too, had made rapid strides in recent days and had let a trace of her old arrogance resurface. Yet now, as she watched Ye Cheng dispatch Jianwu with 3 effortless sword strokes in the ring, all her hard-won pride dissolved. Next to Ye Cheng's phenomenal progress, what had she really achieved? True, she'd benefited from Prince Ye Cheng's guidance, but she was only an outsider, never his formal disciple. She had simply missed the opportunity, and no amount of rueful wishing could change that fact. Ye Cheng paid no heed to the whispered commentary of the spectators. After felling Jianwu, he turned his piercing gaze on Jian San, whose face went ashen and hands began to shake. With a slight flick of his spirit sword, he leveled its tip at the trembling opponent and spoke in a steady voice. "All your bluster, and yet you hide behind your brother's blades. Step into the ring and face me yourself. Give them the vengeance you claim to seek." A hush fell over the crowd as Jiansan gulped, every nerve on edge. Jiansan's face soured, the color draining from his cheeks until they looked bruised. His jaw clenched so tightly it threatened to crack. Yet he couldn't bring himself to step onto the stage. He stood frozen in its shadow, every nerve screaming refusal. He knew all too well that if he dared to perform, his fate would be no better than Jianwu's, perhaps even worse. He might end up wounded, destined to follow in the footsteps of both Jianwu and Jianju. Watching Jiansan shrink back, Ye Cheng allowed himself a quiet, contemptuous smile. Then he shifted his gaze to the other so-called prodigies flanking the third prince. The moment they caught his eye, those haughty scions of noble families collectively held their breath, as though even an exhalation might summon Ye Cheng's challenge. "A bunch of worthless pretenders," he murmured, his tone icy with derision. Disappointed, he shrugged once and turned on his heel. Striding back toward his own cohort of the Gu family's rising talents, he moved under a hush of awestruck silence from the assembled audience. 3 days later, within the sprawling ancestral grounds of the Gu family in Kangming City, the decisive clash in the imperial city ended in a result no one had predicted. The prodigies supporting the third prince, among them the finest young talents and even the clan's veteran powerhouses, stood stunned. It wasn't until the Gu family entourage departed the capital and set sail for home that they began to recover from their shock. On the other side, the brilliant youth arrayed under the 9 princess had all but written off any chance of victory. Yet in the end, it was Gu Chinger the Jew family who overturned the tide. Overnight, the Gu family's young geniuses became the uncrowned leaders of the younger generation in the 9 princes camp, their prestige unrivaled. Gu Chinger was hailed as the foremost young powerhouse in all of the Shenmeng dynasty, and yet, amid all the celebration in the Kangming Gu household, the person they worried over most was not the newly famous Chinger, but the clan's venerable elder, His Highness Ye Cheng. "Ye Cheng, are you certain nothing more is needed?" one of the younger disciples asked anxiously, bowing respectfully. "No spirit pills? No additional spirit stones? Nothing?" Gu Wanli and the other Gu family elders stared in disbelief. The moment they'd learned that Ye Cheng intended to withdraw into the family's ancestral grounds to break through to the imperial realm, they had rushed back without pause. They'd even planned to haul out the clan's coffers, storehouses of rare beasts and precious elixirs, to support his cultivation. Yet here he was, having stepped into the depths of the ancestral land with no preparations at all, already settling into retreat without so much as a word of need. All eyes turned to Patriarch Kangming. His face was just as incredulous. When he himself had endeavored to reach the imperial realm, he'd spent over 10 years gathering resources and nearly half the Gu family's fortune before finally succeeding. Who had ever heard of someone advancing without a single treasure or reagent? Sensing their silent concern, Ye Cheng looked up calmly. "Uncle Wanli, Grandfather Kangming, you don't need to worry about me. I've already made my arrangements." With that, he closed his eyes, folded his hands, and began his secluded cultivation, as serene and confident as a rippling pond under the spring moon. Since father has begun his breakthrough into the imperial realm, he must be brimming with confidence. There's nothing to worry about. While the elder Gu family members fretted in anxious whispers, the 2 youngest, Gu Yunxi and her brother, Ye Cheng, remained remarkably calm. Yunxi stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Since Dad has started his ascent, he wouldn't do so unless he was absolutely certain of success. Everything's going to be fine. Gu Wanli, Gu Kangming, and the other senior masters exchanged amused glances. Yunxi was undeniably talented, but how could a child fully appreciate the dangers of breaking into the imperial realm? Even the most formidable geniuses often faced life-or-death trials. Some were even sealed away for years. Just as their doubts peaked, a low hum rippled through the ancestral grounds. A brilliant column of spiritual light shot between heaven and earth, and an indescribable pressure bloomed from the heart of the family estate. It surged outward like a tidal wave, sweeping across the ancestral hall and filling every corner of their sacred precinct. The force didn't stop there. Kangming City itself, its 100,000-mile radius, trembled under that overwhelming presence. Everyone froze, eyes wide. The moment of truth had arrived. A wave of oppressive energy erupted from the deepest vaults of the Gu family's ancestral land, rising like a colossal dragon. Imperial spiritual light flooded the skies, its weight pressing down on every living thing. Far beyond the estate, across a 100,000-mile radius of Kangming City, cultivators halted in mid-step, eyes widening in disbelief and awe. Can it really be? Imperial realm pressure! Another member of the Kangming Gu clan has broken through to the Imperial Way. Within the Gu family's ancestral grounds, the clan's elders were even more shaken than the onlookers outside. Outsiders sensed only that the Gu household had newfound power, but they lacked the details. Gu Wanli and the other senior figures, however, knew exactly what had just occurred. From the moment young Master Ye Cheng of Chongqing Palace retreated into seclusion, declaring his intention to ascend, to the instant that imperial aura radiated outward over 100,000 d-miles, the entire process had taken less than half a day. Such rapid advancement was almost unfathomable. In mere hours, Ye Cheng had transcended his former limits and claimed his place among the Empire's most exalted cultivators. Now, as the imperial light settled like a living force over Kangming King City, one question burned in every heart. What new heights would the Kangming Gu family reach next under Ye Cheng's rise? In less than half a day, he's broken through to the imperial path. Gu Wanli stared in disbelief, his mind reeling as the enormity of this revelation struck him like a blow. Even Elder Kangming, renowned for his unshakable composure, looked shaken. No. Elder Kangming's voice cracked as he struggled to comprehend the news. It's almost unheard of for an Emperor's Path cultivator to exert pressure beyond 1,000 miles, let alone 100,000. What realm has His Highness Ye Cheng reached? Before his question had even fully formed, the answer came like a thunderclap. Swish! Within the heart of the ancestral land, Ye Cheng's figure ascended through the shimmering Emperor's spiritual light, rising effortlessly to its apex. There, he settled into a cross-legged posture, the gathered essences of heaven and earth swirling around him like living currents. With each inhale and exhale, Ye Cheng drew the ambient spiritual energy into his body, channeling it into the vacant dantian left hollow by his breakthrough. The currents of power rippled through him, refining and tempering his soul and spirit in an almost visible display of luminous qi. In moments, the aura radiating from Ye Cheng surged to a new intensity, clear, vast, and incomparably profound. He had reached the early stage of the Xuanhuang realm. A stunned silence fell over the gathered elders and disciples. Even the normally proud ancestor Kangming could only stare upward, his voice lost in the awe of witnessing such a miraculous ascent. He soared straight through the middle Xuanhuang stage, broke into the late Xuanhuang stage, and with a final explosive surge ascended to perfect Xuanhuang, until, boom, a shockwave rattled the hall. The Gu family's elders gaped in disbelief as Ye Cheng's half-lidded gaze snapped open. In that instant, a palpable aura flared from his eyes, sharp as a drawn sword, slicing the very air with its intensity. Chapter 125. The moment Ye Cheng opened his eyes, a titanic pressure, the unmistakable might of an Emperor Realm cultivator, erupted from his body. The shockwave rippled through the Kangming ancestral chamber, rattling pillars and nearly overturning the entire space. Patriarch Kangming and the other senior Gu family elders, who had stood guard around him, staggered back as realization dawned. Their young heir had done the impossible. Ye Cheng had not merely broken through, he had thrust straight into the Emperor Realm itself. A stunned hush fell over the hall. Patriarch Kangming forced himself to take a steadying breath, his eyes fixed on Ye Cheng, who hovered serenely atop a swirling sea of clouds newly formed beneath his feet. He's truly reached the Emperor Realm, the Patriarch whispered, voice thick with awe. No sooner had the words left his lips than a resonant boom split the air. At the instant of Ye Cheng's breakthrough, the long-dormant holy blood of the Gu clan, slumbering within Patriarch Kangming's veins, had been ignited. Like a single spark tossed into a vat of oil, that sacred lineage flared to life, unleashing a surge of power that instantly boiled through his body. Bathed in the blessing of the awakened holy blood, Patriarch Kangming's own cultivation soared. His aura swelled, radiating strength that outshone his former limits. And as he advanced, the other Gu family heavyweights, Gu Wanli, Gu Hong, Gu Ji, Gu Ying, found themselves caught in the same updraft. One by one, their spiritual energies leaped forward in response, each man's aura bursting into brilliance. In that instant, the entire Gu family felt the shockwave of Ye Cheng's ascent, their fortunes rising in tandem with their clan heir's astonishing achievement. The transformation that swept through the Gu family was nothing short of miraculous, far more potent than the blood recovery and cultivation surge the Kangming Patriarch experienced when he first broke into the Emperor Realm. If his previous breakthrough was a 100-fold increase, this felt like 1,000-fold. In the space of a single breath, the Kangming Patriarch's cultivation shot from early Xuanhuang all the way to its pinnacle. At the same moment, Gu Wanli, head of the Gu clan and already a fearsome God King, felt his own aura swell. In an instant, he ascended to the perfect God King stage. One after another, the other God King elders of the Kangming Gu family followed suit, each surging into the late God King realm. Even those who had been cultivating at the Heavenly King and Xuan King levels saw their powers blossom, vaulting them to the perfection of their respective stages. But the most astonishing gains belonged to the younger generation. Gu Nishang, Gu Ye Cheng, Gu Xinmeng, and the others, propelled by the awakening of their bloodlines, advanced by leaps and bounds into the Xuanwang realm. Gu Qinger soared the highest of all. She achieved Xuanwang perfection in a single bound and now stands one step away from the illustrious Tianwang realm. The real surprises, though, came from Gu Ye Cheng's own children, the Yunxi brothers. As direct descendants of Ye Cheng's bloodline, they carried fate grades far beyond anything the rest of the Gu clan could claim. One bearing a 9th-grade golden fate, the other an astonishing 3rd-grade orange fate. No sooner had Ye Cheng ascended to the Emperor realm than the saintly blood he'd awakened surged through their veins, propelling their cultivation to breathtaking new heights. First, it was Gu Qingchen, who shattered his limits, breaking straight into the early Tianwang stage in one fluid motion. Then his younger brother, Gu Yunxi, went even further. His realm skyrocketed to the absolute pinnacle of Tianwang perfection, and then, impossibly, stalled there. A stunned silence fell over the clan's younger generation. All their swagger and self-assurance drained away at once. None of them had shown a hint of arrogance in the face of Qingchen and Yunxi's calm mastery, but suddenly their own efforts felt pale in comparison. Watching the two boys stand shoulder to shoulder in perfect control of their newfound power, Gu Wanli and the other elders couldn't hide their elation. The next wave of the Gu family's strength had arrived, stronger and more unshakable than anyone had dared to hope. Since Gu Yecheng's return, the prestige and reach of the Kangming Gu clan have skyrocketed. Their power has grown so swiftly that even the elder generation struggles to keep up. Normally, a heavenly king-ranked elder governs no more than 1,000 li of territory. But the Gu family's heavenly kings stationed on the frontier each oversee 3,000 to 5,000 li, and they've been running themselves ragged trying to manage it all. Today, however, that problem is finally solved. On top of that, young prodigies like Gu Nishang can now take on more of the clan's day-to-day affairs, further easing the burden on the Kangming Gu house. And it's all thanks to. We congratulate His Highness Ye Cheng on breaking through to the imperial realm. Under the watchful gaze of Patriarch Kangming, Gu Wanli and the clan's other senior elders stepped forward in unison and bowed deeply before Gu Ye Cheng. Yunxi and Qingchen lifted their little hands, imitating the elders and senior brothers around them. They bowed deeply to their father and cried in unison, "Congratulations, Your Highness Daddy, on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Gu Yecheng paused, blinking at the children's overly familiar address. He allowed himself a gentle smile, then waved his hand. A soft, golden spiritual light washed over the assembled cultivators, healing their qi and steadying their breaths. "No need for all these formalities," he said lightly. "Just keep up your training, understood?" "Yes, Your Highness." Gu Wanli, the clan leader, thrust out his chest with a hearty laugh. "You have my word. We will not disappoint you." He glanced around at the other elders, who beamed in agreement. "Those of us stationed at the outposts were always uneasy," Gu Wanli admitted, "worried we couldn't react in time to sudden dangers. Now, with Your Highness's newfound power, we can rest easy." Gu Yecheng's lips curved in a small, confident smile. He had only just ascended to the Emperor realm, yet already the Saint clan's bloodline surged with renewed vigor under his cultivation. What heights would he reach when he advanced to the venerable realm? Just then, buzz! The teleportation vortex flared to life at the entrance to the Gu clan's ancestral hall. A heavenly king-rank elder staggered out, eyes wide with urgency. "Important news from the imperial city. Emperor Shenmeng passed away 3 days ago. The 3rd prince and the 9th princess have already mustered their forces and are on their way." Oh, the day has finally come. Gu Wanli and Patriarch Kongming exchanged excited glances, while Gu Yecheng's eyes narrowed in silent calculation. The Shenmeng dynasty's fragile equilibrium had rested solely on the old emperor's presence. With him gone, the long-awaited clash between the third prince and ninth princess was inevitable. Perfect timing, Gu Yecheng murmured, a faint smile curving his lips. Before ascending to the emperor realm, he had already been capable of dominating even the highest-ranked emperors. And once he unleashed his famed Zhuxian sword formation, he would stand unrivaled, second only to the Saint Emperor himself. Ever since Gu Yecheng shattered the threshold into the Emperor realm, his very existence had sent tremors through that lofty plane. Without even unleashing the Zhuxian sword formation, he could cut down ordinary Saint Emperors as though they were nothing. And if he did set the formation in motion, not even a venerable could withstand me, he whispered, a rare gleam of battle fury igniting in his eyes. Now that he'd claimed the Emperor realm for himself, he hungered for a worthy foe. He turned to the two senior family elders. Gu Wanli, Gu Kangming, gather the Gu family's best cultivators and split them into two forces. One contingent will remain here in Kangming Royal City. The other will accompany me to Shenmeng Imperial City at once. We ride to the aid of the ninth princess and to crush the rebel third prince. Pausing, he added quietly, it's the least we can do to repay the third prince for all the kindness he once showed our family. His words struck a chord. Gu Wanli and Patriarch Kangming exchanged determined nods and sprang into action. By that evening, their chosen warriors had assembled, and the entire force climbed aboard the flying boat bound for the imperial city. Gu Yecheng and the others eventually caught up with the ninth prince's convoy on the road to the imperial city. With her warm invitation, they fell in beside her fleet and pressed on toward the capital. Not long after, on the opposite horizon, the third prince's armada appeared, the two forces arriving almost simultaneously. Each side boasted over 100 spirit ships, thousands of king-rank warriors, and a considerable number of emperor-rank masters. Their combined might seemed to darken the sky itself. As they drew near, roiling storm clouds gathered above Shenmeng Imperial City, casting the streets and palace walls into deep shadow. Cultivators throughout the city felt the weight of such power bearing down on them. Not a soul dared to move for fear of drawing the attention and wrath of either prince. Amid that suffocating stillness, a single thunderous boom split the air. From deep within the palace, in Emperor Meng's private quarters, a brilliant shaft of divine light tore through the gloom. Along with it came a pressure so immense that even the third prince, standing on his flagship miles away, frowned in startled recognition. Every cultivator in the city shivered at the display. Never before had the Emperor of Shenmeng unleashed such raw power in so public a manner. Third Prince, Gu Yecheng, His Majesty has personally decreed that the throne will pass to the ninth prince, the imperial envoy proclaimed, holding the jade talisman aloft. He entrusted me with this seal as proof. If you insist on entering the capital under this symbol, you would be defying the late God Emperor's will, and that is outright rebellion. A tense silence fell over the city gates. Then, from the swirling clouds above, an elderly figure in robes of deep purple descended like a wrathful lion. His hair and beard bristled with righteous fury. In one gnarled hand he bore a golden seal etched with the single ancient character, Bream. Without a hint of spiritual energy, the seal detached and floated toward the ninth princess. Gasps of awe and fear rippled through the assembled cultivators. That seal embodied the life spirit of the dream god emperor himself. Though not his deadliest weapon, it was the ultimate imperial token. Its very presence signified the emperor's will. To witness it here was to stand beneath the gaze of the dream god emperor in person. The moment the jade seal left the emperor's hand, it drifted through the air of its own accord and hovered before the ninth princess. The purple-robed figure rising to support her was none other than Emperor Lei Shi, the Thunder Emperor, Meng Shen's oldest comrade in arms, the man who had pulled the emperor from certain death on the battlefield and granted him 30 more years of life. With that single gesture, Lei Shi made it unmistakably clear where the throne would pass. A stunned silence fell over the hall. Whispers hissed along the rows of courtiers. Rebellion? One voice dared. Such a serious charge. Throughout the uproar, third Prince Ye Cheng stood unflinching. His only flicker of emotion was a brief frown as Lei Shi rose in defense of the princess. Otherwise, his features remained composed, almost disdainful. Once the Thunder Emperor had finished speaking, Ye Cheng's lips curved into a cold smile. "Uncle Lei Shi," he said, voice low but carrying through the grand chamber, "you've bestowed quite the title upon me. Rebellion, is it? I fear it's you who are growing forgetful. My father is elderly and easily misled, just as you seem to be." He inclined his head toward the Nin, the princess. "My dear sister has trained for barely 20 years and has only just broken into the king realm. You would have us believe she is ready to bear the weight of the empire?" A tension crackled through the assembled nobles as Ye Cheng met Lei Shi's unwavering gaze, daring him to press the charge any further. The question of succession and the fate of the throne hung in the balance. Does she truly deserve to rule the Xianmeng dynasty? The third prince's voice cut through the grand hall like a blade. "Among father's descendants, I alone have reached the emperor realm. That qualification is indisputable." He swept his hand toward the ranks of cultivators arrayed behind him, every gesture dripping with arrogance. "Look at my supporters. Is it not clear to everyone who ought to sit on the dragon throne?" The ninth prince's eyes flashed silver as she bared her teeth in defiance. "Clear to everyone? Third brother, you can parrot lofty words all day, but you still dare to flout father's will and stage a rebellion?" "A rebellion?" He laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. "Sister, Xianmeng is a cultivation dynasty, not some ordinary mortal realm. Father's decree carries weight, but it isn't the final word. True authority belongs to those who wield Taoist power. Whichever side commands the greater strength will, and must, lead this dynasty." He turned his gaze slowly to the assembled sect leaders standing behind the ninth princess. A sardonic smile curved his lips. "Take a good look, ninth sister. Count your allies. Then tell me, who's the actual usurper here?" A hush fell over the hall as courtiers and generals exchanged uneasy glances. The third prince raised his voice, every syllable echoing off marble pillars. "So everyone, what are you waiting for? Declare your loyalties." Silence reigned for a heartbeat longer, thick with anticipation, before the fate of the Xianmeng dynasty hung in the balance. The ninth prince's heart skipped a beat. She whirled around, and there, rising slowly to his feet, was one of the royal clan's eldest ancestors. He inclined his head in a deep, respectful bow. "Your Highness, forgive me," he said quietly. Without another word, he straightened, signaled to the finely trained members of his household guard, and strode toward the shore. Leaping onto his family's spirit boat, he seized the helm and guided it swiftly across the water, straight into the third prince's camp. Under the direction of that venerable aristocratic ancestor, the power balance shifted in an instant. One by one, the heads of noble families and sects who had once pledged their loyalty to the ninth princess turned their spirit boats around and sailed off in pursuit of the third prince. In a final, stunning blow, even the mighty Yuntian sect, the clan long revered as a pillar of jade supporting the heavens, formally defected. Led by the Yuntian sect's own patriarch, they wasted no time joining the third prince's faction. Within moments, nearly 70% of the ninth princess's fleet lay shattered or adrift. Shocked aides hurried to her side, voices trembling. "Your Highness, how could this happen? You've always treated them with the utmost kindness." The ninth princess stood perfectly still, her lips pressed into a thin line. Bewilderment and sorrow flickered behind her calm facade. From the rear of the formation, a small contingent answered in hushed, remorseful tones. "Please forgive us, Your Highness. We had no choice but to follow orders. With the tides of power shifting so swiftly, who among us could have resisted?" At last, the final spirit boat slipped away. Ye Yan of the Yuntian sect, head bowed so low that his gaze dared not meet hers. In that moment, all hope of reconciliation seemed to drift away on the same restless currents that carried him into the third prince's camp. Ye Cheng bowed his head in sincere apology, then obediently marshaled his men, fell in behind the venerable elder, and moved into the third prince's formation. In the time it took a single incense stick to burn away, the balance of power between the two camps had shifted dramatically. On the ninth princess's side, Even with the Gu clan's temporary reinforcements, their ranks numbered only a few hundred. In stark contrast, the third prince now commanded thousands, backed by mighty cultivators of both King Realm and Emperor Realm, standing shoulder to shoulder. "Ninth sister," the third prince called out, amusement dancing in his eyes as he surveyed the dwindling lines below him. "Do you still believe you can stand against me?" He smiled, confident of his victory. After all, behind the ninth princess stood only a handful of aristocratic houses. Families like the Lins and the Gus, valor alone could not match his overwhelming force. Prince Ye Cheng hadn't secured the loyalty of the other clans because he was too arrogant and frankly too lazy to bother winning them over. If he'd cared to play politics, the ninth princess wouldn't be left with barely 100 supporters now. "Third brother, ninth sister," Ye Cheng called, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. "I see right through your tricks. Since you insist on this course of action, then let us fight." The ninth princess drew in a steadying breath. The sorrow and rage that had clouded her eyes vanished, replaced by a single ironclad resolve. She would fight to the death. Behind her, her cultivators stiffened, equally determined. If mercy was not an option, then death with honor would be their only choice, and it would at least preserve their dignity. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a pleased smile. He wasn't looking for a noble last stand. He wanted their total surrender. With a careless flick of his wrist, he feigned amusement. "Why the hurry to draw blades, ninth sister?" he asked softly. "Are you really so eager to taste battle? Are you not curious why the Yuntian sect betrayed you?" the third prince asked, his voice deceptively calm. The ninth princess, and the few remaining devotees flanking her, looked up in startled silence. A faint smile curved the third prince's lips. He lifted a hand in a casual gesture, and the man standing behind him, Jianju, stepped forward, unbound and free. "Let me ask you this. Do you know Jianju's true name?" "His true name?" the ninth princess echoed, brow furrowing in confusion. They all knew Jianju's reputation. The Lin family's own prodigy, Lin Yaoyue, the dynasty's foremost genius, had once fallen to his blade. Even more impressive, Jianju's hot-headed arrogance had been tamed only when he encountered Ye Cheng, the rising star of the Gu family, and suffered a rare defeat. It was uncanny that the notoriously cold third prince had not only spared Jianju, but kept him close, treated him almost as a favored guest. Suspicious whispers rippled through the onlookers. "Puzzled?" the third prince taunted, sweeping his gaze over the assembled faces. "Allow me to be merciful." He straightened, voice dripping with irony. "Jianju's birth name is Dan Taiju." "Dan Taiju? As in the Dan Tai family?" someone murmured, shock rippling through the courtyard. At the mention of that illustrious clan, even the ninth princess paled. The Dan Tai family was one of the 5 great houses. Few believed any of its scions would serve under a prince, much less remain at his side. The revelation hung in the air, thick and unsettling, as every gaze turned from the third prince to the man known as Jianju, Dan Taiju of the Dan Tai family. And with that single name, the delicate web of loyalties and betrayals began to unravel. Even the cultivators backing the ninth princess were stunned, and the Thunder God Emperor's face drained of color as he gasped. "The Tantai clan? On your side? How can that be?" The name Tantai clan carried tremendous weight in these lands. Not even the Shenmeng imperial family could rival them. Emperor Meng's royal line had produced only 3 emperors, whereas the Tantai boasted 7, and their ancient progenitor was said to have reached the very pinnacle of the emperor realm, poised at any moment to break through to the sacred emperor gate. In all the Shenmeng dynasty, no house wielded their quiet, unchallenged authority, an uncrowned power masquerading behind centuries of seclusion. That seclusion was precisely why few expected their intervention. When the dynasty was founded, the Tantai had sent only a handful of emissaries to pay respects to Emperor Mengshen, then vanished from courtly affairs without a trace. Now, at the critical hour, they had re-emerged, siding with the ninth princess and tipping the balance of power in an instant. The very air crackled with the shock of it, for the Tantai's arrival changed everything. The moment the Yuntian sect threw its support behind the third prince, both the ninth princess's followers and the imperial monks were stunned into silence. When realization finally set in, pity glimmered in the monks' eyes as they glanced toward the ninth princess's faltering ranks. "The outcome is clear," one monk announced. With the Tantai family firmly backing the third prince, it was only a matter of time before the Yuntian sect turned traitor. "Precisely," another added. "Even if the Yuntian sect had remained loyal, what chance would they have? They'd be crushed, and there'd be many more casualties." Murmurs of agreement spread through the temples of the imperial city. All were already preparing to welcome the third prince to the throne. Meanwhile, the morale of the ninth prince's forces sank to its lowest ebb. High on her dais, the ninth princess forced a bitter smile and met the eyes of her few remaining loyal monks. With an apologetic nod, she drew in a steadying breath and bowed her head in composed resignation. Chapter 10. Third brother truly is extraordinary. I admit defeat. I beg of you, third brother, please don't punish my subordinates. A deep, triumphant laugh rolled through the courtyard. The third prince watched the ninth prince's desperate, pleading expression, then glanced at the Lin family cultivators cowering behind her. His heart swelled with triumph. She had knelt and bowed. She had surrendered. He raised a single hand and let it drop dismissively, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Rest easy, ninth sister. Since you concede, why would I harm you?" "But," the princess stammered, hope flickering in her eyes. The prince's gaze drifted beyond her, sweeping across the line of spirit boats anchored nearby. On the boat just behind her stood Ye Cheng, commanding the Gu family's retainers. At once, the third prince's smug expression hardened into a mask of furious intent. "Kangming Gu family," he whispered, each word measured, edged with cold wrath. "Once you were so proud, so outstanding, and yet you've dared to insult me, time and again." His hand clenched into a fist. The warmth of his laughter faded, replaced by a chilling silence that fell over the assembled cultivators. He fixed Ye Cheng with a piercing stare, menace burning in his dark eyes. "Now," the third prince declared, voice low and lethal, "it's time you paid for every slight. Did you enjoy yourself?" The third prince's voice was laced with mockery as he regarded Ye Cheng standing tall on the spirit boat, his white robe billowing like the trailing cloak of a fallen immortal. A flicker of envy passed through the prince's eyes before it hardened into a cruel grin. "Ye Cheng," he repeated, savoring the name. "Do you regret it now?" Before Ye Cheng could answer, the prince sneered, "But regret won't save you." His tone turned icy. "Your ninth sister may yet receive clemency, and those fools who followed her might be spared. But your entire Gu family, from the moment you slew my envoy, their fate was sealed." He leaned forward, voice rising. "I will see your house destroyed." Relief drained from the ninth princess's face. She sprang to her feet, hand outstretched to intervene, but a low, rumbling snort suddenly echoed through the air. The royal spirit god hovering behind the prince flared its presence like a gathering storm, coldly warning anyone who dared to defy its master. An instant later, a weight as heavy as a mountain crushed down on the ninth princess and her retinue, freezing them in place. None dared even lift a finger. In that suffocating stillness, the princess's voice trembled. "It was I who brought ruin on your Gu family." Her bitter smile cracked. Had she known the cost of her alliance with the Gu clan, she never would have turned them against him. Now, guilt and despair flooded her. She believed only her death could atone for the lives she'd destroyed. But at that moment, Ye Cheng stepped forward, the faintest curve on his lips. "Clan execution? Regrets?" he asked, voice low and amused. He barely glanced at the third prince, instead fixing the ninth princess with a steady, reassuring gaze. "Your Highness, it's far too soon to admit defeat. With me here, failure isn't an option." Then his attention shifted to the third prince. Raising a single, elegant finger, he added, "And third prince, your maneuver was commendable." His tone carried no threat, only the promise that the true contest was just beginning. Ye Cheng stood calm and composed before the third prince in the grand hall, every inch the unruffled strategist. Around them, dozens of cultivators, many secretly allied with the princess, watched in tense silence. The third prince swept his arm toward the gathered sect leaders. "You bribed the Tantai family, colluded with my sects under the princess's command to betray me, and only today revealed your hand, crushing the last of my followers' will. Every move you made seemed perfect." He paused, folding his arms. "And yet, you slipped up long ago." A shadow of amusement crossed Ye Cheng's face. "Oh, and what mistake would that be, Your Highness?" The third prince smiled coldly. "Forcing your own Gu family into exile. Do you really believe a clan abandoned is a clan that wins?" From the back of the hall, the Yuntian patriarch, greatest among the turncoats, barked a harsh laugh. One by one, the other sect masters joined in, their mockery echoing like jagged stones against stone walls. "An exiled family, a clown's gambit," they jeered. Ye Cheng's eyes never wavered. He raised a single hand. The laughter died mid-sentence as a pale light emanated from his palm, swirling into a miniature storm of crackling energy. The third prince's lips curled with amusement, until that light flared. Boom! A thunderous blast ripped through the hall, sending traitorous sect leaders sprawling. Pillars shattered, banners tore, and an oppressive wave of power roared outward. When the dust settled, Ye Cheng still stood tall, unscathed. Around him lay broken stone and stunned warriors, his hidden formation revealed at last. Silence reigned as he lowered his hand. He met the third prince's eyes and finally spoke, his voice as steady as before. "Perhaps it's you who underestimated me." Beneath the swirling sea of clouds, the imperial city's monks stared in horror, and the ninth princess looked on in stunned amazement. Standing before them, Ye Cheng's palm pulsed with condensed spiritual energy. Then, with a thunderous crack, he unleashed a colossal spirit imprint, a translucent 100-meter handprint that bore down on the third prince's formation of 3,000 elite cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave tore straight through their ranks. When the afterimage finally faded, 1 in every 3 warriors lay motionless on the ground. A stunned hush settled over the crowd, broken only by whispered disbelief. He felled 1,000 men with a single palm? 3,000 experts, and he shattered them in one blow. Chapter 127. The courtyard fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on Ye Cheng, their pupils trembling as though they were staring at a Shura demon god. He'd just swept away 3,000 fallen masters, fighters not merely at king level, but emperors and would-be emperors, yet not one could withstand his palm strike. Even the ninth princess stood rooted to the spot, her mind blank with shock. Such a scene defied imagination, the sort of horror no dream could conjure. Ye Cheng calmly retracted his hand and turned to the pale, trembling third prince. His voice was low but laced with contempt. "Is this the combined might of over 100 sects? The power you boasted would destroy me and the Gu clan?" He let a faint, cold smile cross his lips. "Honestly, it's pathetic." With that, he stepped past the quivering prince and leveled a steely glare at the sect disciples behind him. Those very monks who'd sneered at him moments ago. Now their faces had drained of color, breaths caught in their throats, bodies trembling under his unflinching stare. Ye Cheng surveyed the broken ranks before him and let a cold smile curl his lips. "Weren't you all laughing so happily just now? Why so quiet all of a sudden?" His words cut through the tense air like a blade. The dozens of warlords and generals tried to force smiles, but their faces betrayed them. How could they laugh? They commanded over 3,000 masters of the king and emperor realms, yet with a single palm strike, Ye Cheng had shattered every one of them. Who in the world still had the nerve to laugh at such power? Even the greatest giants in the Saint Emperor realm would fall before him. His smile vanished, replaced by a frosty glare. "I asked you to laugh. Did you not hear me?" We heard you, Your Highness Ye Cheng," they stammered, fear tightening their throats. "Please forgive us. We will laugh, truly." At the chill in his voice, they snapped back to forced politeness. Those standing in the front row, the commanders who had abandoned the ninth princess's orders just moments ago in a bid to impress the third prince, were the loudest in their earlier jeers. Now, regret and terror warred in their eyes as they plastered on the most insincere grins they could muster. Ye Cheng's lips curled at the sight of that twisted grin. It was more repulsive than tears. He didn't hesitate. With a thunderous boom, his palm slammed down, and the traitors, along with their clansmen and disciples, were instantly reduced to ash. The assembled crowd stood in stunned silence. "Trying to make me laugh?" Ye Cheng said softly. "That smile is even uglier than crying." He strode toward the third prince, whose face had drained of all color. Beside the prince, his most devoted retainer, a colossal god emperor whose strength matched that of the thunder god emperor, looked on with grave eyes. One blow from Ye Cheng had just flattened thousands of kings, hundreds of emperors, and even several perfect heavenly emperors. Such overwhelming power lay beyond the reach of any ordinary god-emperor. The retainer's heart shook as he realized the truth. Ye Cheng was undoubtedly the most terrifying of all first-tier perfect god-emperors. He could never have imagined that the normally low-profile Gu family would produce someone like Ye Cheng, someone capable of single-handedly tipping the scales of battle. "Third Prince," Ye Cheng said softly, "you once asked if I regretted my choices. I think you know my answer by now." He stopped, meeting the prince's gaze. "And now it's your turn. Do you regret abandoning the Gu family that day?" The third prince went utterly still. He stared at Ye Cheng, his body trembling, lips parting without a sound. Regret? Of course he regretted it, bitterly so. Had he known the Gu clan harbored someone of Ye Cheng's caliber, he would never have turned his back on them. Time and again, Ye Cheng had been 10 steps ahead had done was dismiss his warnings as nonsense. Now those warnings were a reality, and one more wrong move would cast him into an abyss from which there was no return. The third prince's desperation was written plainly on his face, and the ninth princess mirrored his shock. She had been certain, just moments ago, that all hope was lost. Yet to her amazement, Ye Cheng had done exactly as he'd promised. With nothing but his own strength, he turned the tide of battle in an instant. A cheer erupted from the ninth princess's side. Her most formidable warriors, those loyal few still standing, threw up their arms in triumph. "Of course," she cried, her voice trembling with relief. "I knew it. Ye Cheng is not someone to be trifled with. Ancestor, why didn't you listen to me?" Behind the third prince, his elite guards now watched in sheer terror as Ye Cheng advanced. None felt that dread more keenly than Ye Yan of the Yuntian sect. He had long warned everyone, his fellow disciples and even his revered sect ancestor, that Ye Cheng was an unparalleled danger. No one had heeded him, and now they were paying the price. Dozens of Yuntian sect disciples lay dead or gravely wounded around them, and the sect ancestor himself had fallen to Ye Cheng's palm strike, reduced to ashes in a single devastating blow. Ye Cheng's cultivation had been completely wiped out. Jianzhu and the two other junior heirs of the Tantai clan stared at him in stunned disbelief, their faces drained of color at the sheer magnitude of his power. After a heartbeat of paralysis, Jianzhu recovered her wits. She and Tantaiju exchanged a determined glance, then, without a moment's hesitation, crushed their jade communication talismans. "This is a game-changer," Jianzhu hissed. "Ye Cheng's strength is beyond anything we imagined. We have to call the patriarch out of seclusion, immediately." Tantaiju's heart hammered in her chest, but recalling the patriarch's legendary might steadied her resolve. She smashed her talisman, then froze as a glowing reply filled the air. "A message already? From Xiaojiu?" Hundreds of miles away, in the secluded ancestral hall of the Tantai family, the patriarch's eyes snapped open at the summons. A flicker of surprise, and something darker, sparked in his gaze. He had assumed that once word of the Tantai name spread, the 9 princesses would be forced to surrender. Now, his descendants were so unsettled they'd literally shattered their jade talismans to reach him. "The Shenmeng dynasty's spiritual vein is vital to my grand design," he murmured, rising from his meditation seat. "I will not let it slip through our fingers." Patriarch Tan pulled a plain black ring from his storage pouch. A faint, otherworldly glow pulsed along its surface, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Without a second thought, he stretched out his hand and tore open the void. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared high above Shenmeng Imperial City. The spatial rift snapped open with a sharp click, immediately drawing every cultivator's attention. What kind of cultivator is this?" someone whispered, voice trembling. "He actually ripped open space and crossed the void with his body." Panic rippled through the crowd. Even the 2 god emperors present went pale. After all, while a god emperor might rend space, only a saint emperor, an existence far more formidable, could traverse the void itself. Under the mesmerized gazes of onlookers, a lone figure emerged from the tier in the sky, an elderly man clad in simple hemp robes. As Ye Cheng appeared, the third prince, and even the monks who had been stricken with terror moments before, now wore expressions of pure relief. They had survived the crisis. "Is that Patriarch Tan Tai?" someone gasped. Has Patriarch Tantai truly broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? Chapter 128. All eyes fixed on the boundless sea of clouds as Patriarch Tantai made his descent. The instant he appeared, a tremor ran through every cultivator's spiritual sea. Clad in simple linen robes and masking his true power, he looked unassuming, yet not one soul dared harbor the slightest disrespect. His very arrival had rent space itself, a feat far more astonishing than any ostentatious display. A stunned silence fell over the assembly, until the royal god emperor standing beside the third prince stirred. It dawned on him that Tantai's cultivation had long surpassed the perfection stage of god emperor they once knew. He had truly ascended to the rank of Saint Emperor. With a flash, the god emperor advanced, alighted upon the clouds before Tantai, and bowed deeply. Your servant welcomes Saint Emperor Tantai, he intoned with profound reverence. The third prince and the other nobles quickly regained their composure. One by one, they followed the god emperor's example, dropping to one knee and voicing their salute in unison. We humbly welcome Saint Emperor Tantai. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. If not for Ye Cheng's desperate gambit, they would have perished just moments ago. He had nearly paid with his life, yet when all hope seemed lost, salvation arrived in the form of Patriarch Tantai's sudden breakthrough into the Saint Emperor realm. In exchange for the third prince's largest royal spiritual vein, the Tan family had secured their new Saint Emperor's allegiance, a deal so advantageous that no one could refuse it. Holy Emperor Tantai? Ye Cheng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't realized the Tan clan harbored a Holy Emperor-level champion. From the young man's aura, it was clear Tantai had only recently ascended to Saint Emperor status. Still, a Saint Emperor was a Saint Emperor, and Ye Cheng respected that power, even if he tried to hide it. The 9 princesses, however, showed no such restraint. The instant Patriarch Tantai appeared, their faces drained of color, every heartbeat echoing with dread. A Saint Emperor-level powerhouse could dominate the entire Shenmeng dynasty. With that kind of strength, even if all the Taoist sects joined forces against him, he could still sweep the field single-handedly. By comparison, Ye Cheng's legendary feat, eliminating 3,000 elite warriors with a single palm strike, looked almost trivial. And that was before mentioning the 9 princesses and their retinue. Even the senior Gu family officials who'd accompanied him felt uneasy. Aside from stalwarts like Gu Hong and Gu Jie, most of the clan's leaders only knew that their elders possessed terrifying power. They had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, standing face to face with Tantai, the clan's revered ancestor who truly lived at Saint Emperor level, their nerves betrayed them. Not long ago, the third prince had trembled at the mere mention of Ye Cheng's name. Today, emboldened by the presence of Tantai, he swaggered forward, laughter dripping with derision. He jabbed a finger at Ye Cheng and barked, Ye Cheng, you once asked if I regretted my choices. Well, I'm about to show you the answer. Ye Cheng stood motionless in the ruined courtyard of the imperial city, facing Patriarch Tantai. The old man's eyes glittered with malice as he sneered. I regret it. I should have annihilated your Gu clan long ago. You're nothing but a monster. But what does that matter? Today, in this very battle for the imperial city, I will be the one laughing. Your entire family will still be wiped out, exterminated. His triumphant laughter rang out, bouncing off shattered columns and scorched walls. Behind him, the third prince watched with cold satisfaction. After all, even the most formidable divine emperor was but an ant before a saint emperor like Tantai. Tantai's voice then dropped to a calm, almost patronizing murmur. Young man, you do possess talent, if only you had chosen your loyalties more wisely. Silence, Ye Cheng interrupted, his expression unreadable. In that instant, he drew his sword. A blinding arc of blade light ripped through the air, slicing reality itself as it struck. Before anyone could even register a scream, Patriarch Tantai was cut in two. No bones, no dust remained. A deathly hush fell over the courtyard. Even the breeze dared not stir. For a moment, time stood still. Then, as the echoes of Tantai's final shattered laugh faded, every cultivator in the imperial city realized that the tides of this war had just turned irrevocably in Ye Cheng's favor. The sprawling imperial city fell into an uncanny hush, as though a divine decree had sealed every throat. For the first time, not a single soul dared make a sound. They stood frozen, gazing at the unimaginable. Ye Cheng's sword dripping with celestial blood, the severed head of a Saint Emperor at his feet. A Saint Emperor, an apex cultivator, verging on near immortality, had just been cut down in one stroke. Even after hearing rumors that Ye Cheng had slain the Emperor of Heaven and bested the Emperor of God, nobody had dared believe he could topple a Saint Emperor so effortlessly. At best, they'd assumed his newly attained Emperor realm power would merely rival a Saint Emperor's, not utterly eclipse it. Could he be on par with a venerable? The very idea sent shockwaves through every onlooker. Noble princes and common soldiers alike staggered back, their knees threatening to give way. Even the Gu family members, who had prided themselves on knowing Ye Cheng's limits, were pale with disbelief. Gu Hong's accounts had spoken of Ye Cheng's ascension to the Emperor realm and a considerable surge in strength, but always within the bounds of a Saint Emperor. Now the truth lay before them. Their estimations had been laughably inadequate. Saint Emperor? Someone finally whispered, voice trembling. Or could he truly be a venerable? With the sword resting lightly in Ye Cheng's hand, it might as well have been an extension of his arm. A few steps behind him, the ninth princess pressed a jade-like fingertip to her ruby lips and watched him. So graceful, so formidable, like a spirit of the blade. Her dark eyes glistened, as if autumn lakes had pooled there, nearly spilling over. The courtyard fell deadly silent, every noble and guard frozen under Ye Cheng's piercing gaze. Then his voice cut through the hush, cold and commanding. Who sent this ant to barge in on my conversation with the third prince? Did he think His Majesty's business was an open stage for interruptions? He shifted his gaze from Emperor Tan Tai to the trembling prince at his side. Ye Cheng offered him a slow, unreadable smile, and that single expression was enough to shatter the prince's composure. The third prince's legs gave way. He slumped to the marble floor, pale and breathless. Now that the unwelcome guest has been dealt with, Ye Cheng said, voice smooth as silk, Your Highness, please resume. I'm very interested to hear what you were saying. Chapter 129. A stunned silence fell over the courtyard. With that final devastating blow, Ye Cheng had not only slain his opponent, he had broken their very spirit. The assembled nobles exchanged horrified glances. What manner of swordplay was this, capable of cleaving both flesh and resolve? At the center of the tumult, the third prince forced a bitter smile. He knew, with painful clarity, that Ye Cheng had been toying with him all along, twisting his confidence into its own undoing. He couldn't recall his last boast, only the devastating truth that he had lost, utterly and irrevocably. Even the formidable backing of the Tantai clan could not reverse his fate. He turned to the ninth princess, his elder sister, voice hollow but dignified. Your Highness, this brother concedes defeat. For months, perhaps years, he had plotted to seize the throne. Every alliance had been brokered, every secret favor secured. Victory had seemed inevitable, until the day the Gu family sent forth Ye Cheng. All his careful schemes, all the ministers and retainers he'd won over, collapsed beneath the weight of Ye Cheng's strength. In driving the Gu family from court at the outset, he had unwittingly sown the seeds of his own downfall. If only he had let them stay, but regrets come too late. The third prince's ambitions lay shattered, undone as much by his own miscalculations as by Ye Cheng's blade. Now, with the venerable Tantai patriarch struck down and the royal banners trembling, the outcome of the decisive struggle for the imperial city was no longer in doubt. Ye Cheng stood unchallenged, and the throne awaited its new master. Since the Tantai clan was utterly annihilated by Ye Cheng, the cleanup of their remaining forces fell to the newly enthroned ninth princess. Ye Cheng was certain that, with her skill and resolve, the dynasty would finally achieve enduring stability. News of the imperial showdown and of Ye Cheng's decisive role swept through every corner of the realm, leaving even those who had maintained strict neutrality in complete astonishment. Even with the backing of the Tantai clan, the third prince never stood a chance against the ninth princess? Courtiers whispered in disbelief. And who is this Ye Cheng of the Kongming Gu family? Others murmured. How could a name we've never heard suddenly appear powerful enough to slay a Saint Emperor-level warrior with a single stroke? Reverent awe turned rapidly to caution. Prominent houses and secluded sects alike quietly warned their heirs and disciples. Under no circumstances provoke the Gu family. Tales spread of Ye Cheng's unrivaled swordsmanship, of his uncanny ability to fell even the mightiest foes. Meanwhile, children of the Gu household strode through the capital's streets with unfettered confidence. No longer mere footnotes in the annals of power, they carried themselves as living proof that the Kangming Gu were a force to be reckoned with, one that all the realm would do well to respect or fear. They didn't even need to announce their names. Simply revealing the jade pendants of the Gu family at their waists guaranteed them endless respect and envy. With those matters taken care of, Ye Cheng knew it was time to return to the Han Qin Empire in the spirit realm. By his calculations, his third daughter ought to be born any day now, and preparations for Xuaner's wedding still awaited him. At the thought of Emperor Xuan and Jiang Lianxin, a tender warmth flickered through his eyes. This homecoming served two purposes. First, to welcome his newborn daughter. Second, to finalize the wedding arrangements with the emperor himself. Both were of far greater importance than the routine affairs of the Kangming branch of the Gu family. Just as he was issuing instructions for the branch to hold the fort during his absence, a sudden pulse of energy from his storage ring made him pause. Ye Cheng's brows lifted as he felt the strange throbbing. Concentrating his spirit, he dove into the ring's inner world and quickly traced the source of the disturbance. Ye Cheng's consciousness rippled outward, and there, drifting in his mind's eye, was the storage pouch he'd wrested from the Tantai Patriarch. More precisely, it was a single ring tucked inside that bag, its form archaic, its aura unsettlingly alien. At first, the ring seemed inert, but as Ye Cheng concentrated, his eyes narrowed. A shock of realization struck him. The ring was silently siphoning off the ancestral space's spiritual energy, and at an astonishing rate. How had he not noticed until now? He had every reason to catch such a trick. Thanks to the heavenly refining holy body's blessing, his mental prowess rivaled that of genuine venerables at the Emperor realm. Yet even after days of observation, this ring had concealed its activity until this very moment. Clearly, it was no common artifact, and certainly beyond the Tantai Patriarch's typical holdings. It must be an extraordinary relic he'd unearthed elsewhere, one whose true value Ye Cheng had snatched up for a mere pittance. Now the question was, what secrets did this enigmatic ring hold, and how would he unlock them? Chapter 12. The Ring's Secret. The Tan family's grand design, it must revolve around this ring, Ye Cheng muttered, studying the faintly glowing band in his palm. If he was right, unlocking its hidden power would be the first step to protecting his clan from whatever dangers lay ahead. With that thought guiding him, he settled into seclusion, determined to probe every secret it held before making his next move. Behind the heavy silk screens of his meditation chamber, his two young disciples, Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunxi, could barely contain their excitement. Both had recently broken through to the Heavenly King realm. Though Qingchen lacked Yunxi's blazing talent, his dogged persistence had carried him to the same height. Yunxi herself had advanced even further, her combat prowess now enough to challenge a mid-stage divine king. When they realized their master was entering seclusion for who knew how long, the siblings exchanged eager glances and knelt together. "Master," they said in unison, voices bright with anticipation, "may we venture out into the world? The outside will sharpen our skills better than any lesson we could learn here." Ye Cheng paused, weighing their request. His heart swelled with pride at how far they'd come, and he knew that real challenges, not just drills at home, would truly hone their abilities. Finally, he inclined his head. "Very well. Travel with caution. Learn from every encounter, but return before nightfall." Relieved and exhilarated, Qingchen and Yunxi rose at once, bows sweeping the floor. As they hurried out to prepare for their journey, Ye Cheng's eyes drifted back to the ring. In the hush that followed, the artifact's inner glow pulsed softly, as if beckoning him deeper into its mystery. Ye Cheng clutched the life-saving sword talisman, handed down by his father, and could hardly hide his excitement. Beside him, his younger sister Gu Yunxi beamed just as brightly. With their belongings packed, the two of them dashed out of Kangming King City, bound for the most notorious training ground in the Shenmeng dynasty. Legend had it that this place was so perilous, even seasoned cultivators from neighboring realms avoided it. Whispers spoke of ancient dragons lurking in its depths. 10 days later, they arrived at Heavy City on the dynasty's frontier. In a crowded tea house, an old cultivator regaled patrons with tales of the Black Dragon Pond, its inky waters, how faint dragon scales glimmered below the surface, and how countless seekers had never returned. Ye Cheng and Yunxi leaned forward, eyes shining. "Grandfather," Yunxi urged as the old man paused, "will you tell us where the Black Dragon Pond lies?" The cultivator chuckled and shook his head as if dismissing mere children's fantasies. "You really intend to go there?" he asked, amusement creasing his weathered face. Then, with a reluctant wave, he continued, "All right, I'll tell you. But mark my words, at the bottom of that pond dwells a Malev, Olent dragon spirit. It's no place for the inexperienced." With that warning echoing in their ears, Ye Cheng and Yunxi knew their journey had only just begun. At the King Realm, no one dares approach the Black Dragon Pond within 100 miles. In fact, some say the pond itself is only a legend, and whether a pure-blood black dragon even lives there is anyone's guess. What is certain is that tens of thousands of black water serpents infest its depths, and they're far from harmless. An ancient barrier, said to be the work of a primordial power, prevents anyone above the Emperor realm from entering. The Black Dragon Pond has become a death trap none dare challenge. Even a skilled King Realm cultivator, or worse, a God King, would tremble at the thought of facing those writhing serpents. Rumors also speak of a pure-blood black dragon, at least a perfected heavenly king, ruling over them. Who below the Emperor realm could possibly overpower such a beast? And yet, here stand two children, not yet 10 years old and barely on the path of cultivation, expecting to brave that very danger. The old cultivator stroked his long white beard, eyed Ye Cheng and his companion with mild amusement, and, at last, spoke the pond's hidden location. Ye Cheng and his sister listened intently, committing every detail of the old cultivator's directions to memory. Once he finished speaking, they rose in unison and offered him a polite bow. Ye Cheng, carrying himself with the composure of a young master, inclined his head and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." Beside him, Xianxia mirrored his gesture with equal respect. The old man waved a hand dismissively. "You're welcome." Xianxia then withdrew a softly glowing spirit crystal, its worth easily 1,000 spirit stones, and set it on the tavern's rough-hewn table. "Please accept this as payment for the information," she said. "If my brother and I succeed in capturing a pure-blooded black dragon for our father's mount, we will find a way to repay your kindness." At once, the other monks in the tavern, who had treated the old man's conversation with the siblings as nothing more than a quaint tale, sat up and stared. The sight of the precious crystal transformed their amusement into avarice. A few exchanged greedy looks, clearly weighing the risk of making an illicit grab. Ye Cheng met their glances coolly, a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Without a word, he turned on his heel and strode for the door, Xianxia at his side. The monks, startled by his confident retreat, could only watch as the two figures disappeared into the night. Boom! A shockwave of pressure rippled down the long street, flattening market stalls and sending startled onlookers scrambling. Wicked cultivators with dark intent froze in place, as did passers-by and even the old exiles lingering on the roadside. From the epicenter of the blast, a young boy and girl, both barely into childhood, rose into the sky. Their figures blurred into twin streaks of rainbow light as they vanished toward the distant Black Dragon Pond. This is impossible," hissed one of the scheming cultivators. "Two heavenly King Realm masters, and they're not even 10 years old combined?" Murmurs of astonishment swept through the crowd. In all of the Divine Dream Dynasty, never had anyone witnessed such prodigious talent, especially not sprouting from a dusty frontier town. The bystanders' jaws hung open, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then recollections of whispered rumors began to surface. The old monk who'd guided Ye Cheng's children to the Black Dragon Pond, the travelers at the tavern who'd exchanged knowing glances while speaking in hushed tones. A chill ran down everyone's spine as these fragments of gossip snapped into focus. Could they truly be the offspring of His Highness Ye Cheng? Breathed the tavern owner, voice barely more than a trembling whisper. Across the street, hardened mercenaries exchanged nervous glances. If that were true, the balance of power in the borderlands might be about to shift, and no one present would remain untouched by the fallout. The cultivators with ill intent suddenly felt their legs betray them. Their knees buckled, and they crumpled to the ground, too paralyzed by fear to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the Yunxi siblings had just left the border town and were racing toward Black Dragon Pond. Far to the north, 2,000 miles from the frontier, lies a vast mountain range in the Shenmeng dynasty, and nestled in its heights is that very pond. With a sharp whoosh, a figure in flowing emerald robes streaked across the sky above the water. She settled on a jagged outcrop, smoothing back her raven hair as she surveyed the pond below. 10,000 black water snakes slithered and coiled across the surface, an eerie, living tapestry. She frowned in surprise. 800 miles across, and yet it supports so many of them. A hushed whisper escaped her lips. Could the rumors be true? Is there really a dragon slumbering in these depths? She pressed her palms together and bowed her head, her voice trembling with both hope and desperation. If I can capture this pure-blood black dragon, one fated to rise as a venerable beast, and deliver it to the clan, perhaps my mother's sins will be forgiven. Perhaps Nalanyan will be released from her ancestral prison. Her heart tightened at the thought of her mother, confined deep within the clan's ancient vault. In that moment, nothing else mattered but the dragon, and the chance to set her family free. When Nalan Qingyuan gazed at the Black Dragon Pond, a fierce spark of fighting spirit kindled in his eyes. Chapter 130, Swish. Half a day later, two figures crested the ridge above the Black Dragon Pond. They were siblings, Ye Cheng and his younger sister, Yunxi. Brimming with excitement, they'd come to capture the legendary pure-blood black dragon rumored to dwell in these waters, a prize fit to honor their father's recent ascension to the Emperor realm. But the scene that greeted them was anything but triumphant. The pond, stretching 800 li in every direction, lay unnervingly still under a leaden sky. Not a ripple disturbed its surface, and a sharp metallic tang of blood drifted on the breeze. Ye Cheng, stay sharp, Yunxi warned, her voice low. Don't let your guard down. He tightened his grip on his blade and nodded, eyes scanning the silent water. Then from the far shore, a thunderous roar split the air. The siblings spun toward the sound, hearts pounding. Through a thin veil of mist, they made out the obsidian bulk of the pure-blood black dragon, its scales gleaming like spilled ink in the dim light. But the sight that froze them in place was the monstrous spirit entwined around the dragon's flank, its sinewy limbs tightening as it drank the creature's life force. Ye Cheng swallowed hard. This isn't a simple hunt, he said under his breath. We have to save it. Underneath the dragon's obsidian scales, writhing shadows of black water serpents pulsed and coalesced into its very essence. Each time the beast roared, those countless ebon snakes wove themselves into its power, fueling the dragon's spiritual currents until, astonishingly, it had broken through to the God-King realm. Yet now the pure black dragon's amber eyes blazed with anger as it swept its gaze across the Black Dragon Pond, searching for some unseen intruder. Suddenly, a crack tore through the void 1,000 miles away. Brilliant light spilled out as a young woman stepped through the spatial rift, her flowing robes billowing around her. In her hand once gleamed the fabled 1,000 miles traceless talisman, an artifact said to elude even Emperor-tier cultivators. But the moment she set foot in this domain, the talisman shattered like glass. She felt no pain, only a quiet disappointment. Lifting her head, the cultivator drew in a slow breath and murmured, "So he's already reached God King. What a pity." Behind her, the rift sealed with a whisper. Ahead, the dark ripples of the pond signaled that her true trial was only just beginning. Chapter 10, The Black Dragon's True Power. This mission is doomed to fail, Ye Cheng muttered, his voice barely rising above the howling wind. From his vantage point on the rocky ledge, he stared down at the inky surface of Black Dragon Pond. At the water's edge stood Nalan Qingyuan, robed in flowing green silk, her posture unshakable. She had ventured here to seize the legendary pure-blood black dragon, and in doing so, secure her mother Nalan Yan's early release from the imperial dungeons. Though Qingyuan's cultivation had barely reached the early Heavenly King stage, her natural talent and savage fighting spirit outmatched many who had already attained true Heavenly King perfection. Yet the creature lurking below was far more formidable than any of the scouts' reports had suggested. Over the last 10 years, the pureblood black dragon had reared nearly 10,000 venomous blackwater snakes in these waters, only to harvest them all at once just months ago. The draconic beast absorbed their flesh and blood, shattering the dreaded God-King bottleneck in a single bound. Its newfound status now placed it among the God-Kings themselves, its power rivaling even mid-tier masters. Ye Cheng's hand tightened on his sword hilt. He knew that, without careful planning, Qingyuan's brilliance alone would not be enough to overcome such a monstrous adversary. Below, the pond's surface glimmered with malevolent intent, as though the beast itself was preparing to unleash its wrath. Nalan Qingyuan staggered backward. Shaken by the dragon's overwhelming power, there was no way she could press the attack. Reluctantly, she chose to retreat, until a sudden disturbance in the black dragon pond froze her in place. Xianxia and her younger brother were staring wide-eyed at the water's surface. In an instant, a pure-blood black dragon had emerged, its obsidian scales rippling under the moonlight. Before Nalan Qingyuan could even call out a warning, the boy, Ye Cheng, let out a fierce roar and charged straight at the beast. His speed was astonishing. By the time she blinked, he was already locked in combat with the dragon. Where did this child come from? Does he have no one to look after him? Nalan Qingyuan muttered, incredulous. Ye Cheng's audacity was almost reckless, yet there was a fierce determination in his eyes that gave her pause. The black dragon, unimpressed by such bravado, didn't bother to awaken its spiritual energy. Instead, it swung its massive tail in a single, fluid motion, enough to turn any ordinary opponent into mincemeat. Nalan Qingyuan's heart clenched at the sight. She knew she had to intervene and protect the two young siblings. But before she could take a single step forward, everything hung suspended in the night air. How dare you, a beast, hurt me? What a joke! Atop the placid waters of Black Dragon Pond, Ye Cheng's roar split the air. Spiritual energy gathered around his forearms in swirling torrents, coalescing into two brilliant sword-like beams. Even a heavenly king would think twice before facing such power. With a fierce cry, he sent them hurtling at the pure-blood black dragon. To everyone's astonishment, including Nalan Qingyuan, who watched wide-eyed from the shore, the dragon reeled under the onslaught. Scales glittered as it staggered backward, step by step, clearly taken aback by Ye Cheng's unexpected strength. Nalan Qingyuan blinked in disbelief. Is this really happening? The momentary triumph was short-lived. Enraged by its humiliation, the black dragon unleashed a guttural roar. God-King-level pressure radiated from its massive form, warping the air in a suffocating wave of force. Ye Cheng's feet skidded across the surface of the pond as he was flung fully 100 feet from the attack's epicenter, crashing into the reeds. Silence fell, broken only by the distant crackle of residual energy, while dragon and cultivator alike gathered themselves for the next move in their deadly duel. Before the pure-blood black dragon could finish venting its fury, Xianxia burst forward, her eyes blazing as she saw her brother, Ye Cheng, sent sprawling across the ground. "How dare you strike my brother? Are you asking for death?" she shouted. In a blur of motion, she pressed her palms together, weaving a complex seal. Under Nalan Qingyuan's astonished stare, she summoned king-tier spiritual energy, an aura even more potent than his own. A thunderous crack split the air. Behind her, a colossal thunderseal coalesced, crackling with electric rage. In a single blinding stroke, it slammed into the black dragon, rending scales and sinew alike. The beast's roar turned into a pitiful wail as it tumbled into the murky depths of Black Dragon Pond. Its eyes, wide with terror, locked onto Xianxia as if she were an avenging deity. "Do you accept now? Will you bow to the compact?" she demanded, her voice icy. With deliberate calm, Xianxia planted her foot upon the shattered skull of the dragon. Under her unwavering gaze, the mighty creature knelt, its proud head bowing in submission. In that instant, the spirit beast contract was sealed, Xianxia's victory absolute. She watched Ye Cheng roll to his feet and leap up not far off, as if nothing at all had happened, still brimming with energy as he cheered over the capture of a pure-blood black dragon. Nalan Qingyuan's lips trembled. Disbelief filled her heart so completely that she and Yunxi's brother, who had driven off the dragon in triumph, stood frozen in place, unable to regain their senses for many long breaths. Only when they finally left Qianyu behind and returned to their family's ancestral domain, Nalan Peak, floating in the boundless void, did they slowly come to themselves, still tinged with daze. Nalan Peak stretched out before them, vast and majestic, its 10,000-mile radius drifting among divine clouds and saturated with pure spiritual light. Here, for hundreds of thousands of years, the Nalan clan's renown had radiated across Qianyu, dominating more than 100 demesnes of every size. In ages past, even Daozun realm masters had once strode forth from this very peak. Though the clan felt quieter than before, its reputation remained formidable. There were several venerable elders still among its ranks. With such a distinguished lineage, the younger generation's talents and power were nothing short of extraordinary. Yet even among these prodigies, Nalan Qingyuan stood head and shoulders above the rest. As he made his way back to Lingfeng, every clan member he passed bowed with the utmost respect. Still, in Nalan Qingyuan's mind, two figures held his attention above all, Gu Yunxi and his sister, Gu Qingchen. Despite being under 10 years old, Yunxi had already attained the rank of God King and Qingchen, Heavenly King. Compared to their staggering achievements, how could he bask in his own glory? A small smile touched his lips. Fortunately, he reminded himself, I'll have a chance to strengthen myself even further on this journey home. Moreover, today marked the clan's annual meeting with his mother, an occasion he always looked forward to. Excitement and anticipation brightened Nalan Qingyuan's eyes as he quickened his pace toward the family estate. Chapter 131. For the past 20 years, Ye Cheng had only seen his mother, Gu Yan, often while he was still a child, never after he turned 10. From that point on, he was permitted a single annual visit. Rumor in the clan held that his mother had committed a grave offense and been placed under house arrest. She never defended herself or offered any explanation. No matter how many questions Ye Cheng pressed her with, she remained silent. Within the clan, the matter was strictly taboo, an unmentionable scandal. As he cultivated his strength, however, Ye Cheng began to understand something crucial. Once he grew powerful enough, no past wrong, no matter how severe, could keep his mother confined forever. He would free her. Ironically, despite Gu Yan's supposed transgression, the Gu clan had thrown every resource into Ye Cheng's training. They poured upon him the same rigorous instruction reserved for the clan's most exalted saintess. Now, at only 20 years old, he had already reached the king realm. Determined to stay focused, he shook off the tangled thoughts in his mind and returned his attention to the path ahead. Nalan Qingyuan stepped into the clan's forbidden depths, guided by a solemn elder. Her heart pounded as she caught sight of the woman she had longed for day and night. Yuan Heir, you've returned. Nalan Yan rose to her feet, tears welling in her eyes. Come closer, let me see how much you've changed in a year. My precious daughter. Qingyuan approached, and her mother's expression shifted from joy to astonishment. Yuan, you've already reached the late Heavenly King stage? She reached out, as if to steady herself. I remember you were only in the early Mysterious King level when you visited last time. Your talent truly rivals that of the Imperial heirs. Qingyuan forced a gracious smile and inclined her head, yet her thoughts drifted to the prodigious Yunxi siblings she had met not long ago. Compared to their astonishing strength, children of only 6 or 7, the gains from her recent breakthrough felt modest indeed. Nalan Qingyuan's breath caught in her throat. She had just heard that there were 2 heavenly kings at the very peak of power, one whose strength eclipsed all who had come before, and the other. She thought of Ye Cheng, barely 10 years old, taming a pure-blood black dragon with nothing but a thunder seal. A god king at such an age? The memory made her hands tremble. This boy is a heavenly king under 10, even a god king, she stammered. Her mother, Nalan Yan, listened with mild surprise. As the lady of the Nalan clan, Nalan Yan's knowledge of the wider world was even more extensive than her daughter's. She ruled Nalan Peak, one of the 8 great spiritual peaks under the Yuheng Imperial Palace. Each of those peaks boasted ancient lineages, Daozun masters, and on occasion, figures who transcended Daozun. Together, they formed a power nearly as old and unbroken as the imperial palace itself, a dynasty that had endured for countless generations, producing emperor after emperor. That was the true foundation of the Nalan family's strength. And now, before them, stood a child whose prowess threatened to outshine them all. At its zenith, there had even been a grand ceremony uniting multiple emperors in ascension. With such formidable backing, Nalan Yan's foresight knew no bounds, yet she had never encountered a genius like this. She knew her daughter's character too well to think it was a joke. Not even the princes in the imperial palace possessed such prodigious talent, Nalan Yan murmured, shaking her head. I can't imagine which great power could have produced this. It's simply unheard of. She sighed softly. Then her jade pendant at her waist began to glow and buzz, sending a tremor through her frame. Hastily, she lifted it to her ear, letting her thoughts drift into the jade. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yuaner, there's wonderful news, she cried. Grandfather's injury is almost fully healed. Soon you'll be able to come home. Truly? Nal, and Qingwan's face brightened with hope. But when her mother added that lifting her grandfather's curse would also free her from exile, Qingwan's eyes widened again. If grandfather has recovered, why can you return as well, mother? Didn't Grandpa, the clan leader, say mother committed an irreparable mistake? At her daughter's words, Nalan Yan's eyes went cold for a moment. Then, looking at the well-raised child before her, that coldness softened into something almost helpless. She let out a gentle sigh. Yuaner, this goes back many years. You've been asking about your father and what mother did wrong, haven't you? I didn't keep it from you out of mistrust, but to protect your father and everyone else. She thought of Gu Yuan and Gu Ye Cheng, far away in the spirit realm, and her gaze grew wistful. She reached out to smooth Nalan Qingyuan's hair and continued in a low voice. With your cultivation level, if you knew where your father and the others were, you'd rush off to find them. But if the clan discovered you had any contact with them, it would only bring them more danger. She paused, voice softening further. Now that your grandfather's injuries are almost healed, we finally have a chance to set things right. Even if the other clan leaders refuse to accept it, they wouldn't dare harm your father, or anyone else connected to him. Nalan Yan paused, her tone measured as she recounted every detail of those days. As the noble daughter of the Nalan family, she was famous not only for her breathtaking beauty, but for her remarkable talents. During a routine visit to a neighboring sect, her portrait and deeds came to the attention of the young heir of the Heaven Guardian sect. On the spot, he dispatched envoys to the Nalan estate to propose marriage. The Heaven Guardian sect holds a rank equal to the Yuheng Imperial Palace. Indeed, it surpasses Yuheng in raw power. In the current generation, Yuheng boasts a single emperor-level master. By contrast, the Heaven Guardian sect counts 3 emperor-level experts among its leadership, all exercising their authority together. Under their stewardship, Nanchuan Shenzhou has risen to become the undisputed supersect of the southern 3,000 realms. Their sect leader alone stands firmly in the middle stage of the Xuan Emperor realm. With 3 emperor-level mentors personally guiding him, the Heaven Guardian sect's young heir is all but guaranteed to attain the Emperor realm himself, and may even rival the legendary late Xuan emperors one day. Guardian Heaven sect stood unrivaled in wealth and influence. So when the Emperor's own son arrived with a marriage proposal for the Nalan family, he came bearing the most lavish of gifts, a single one-line Tiandao pill. Among 6th-grade pills, the Tiandao pill was peerless, a divine elixir said to raise a cultivator's chance of breaking through to Dao Zun by at least 10%. The Nalan clan, one of the Yuheng Imperial Palace's 8 premier sects, boasted century-long roots and mighty reputations. Yet in the current generation, it had not produced a single Dao Zun. In contrast, its sister sects were all flourishing. Only Nalan's legacy lay under a shadow of underachievement. So when Patriarch Nalan received word of the prince's gift, he swept aside every ritual obstacle and gave his immediate blessing, without so much as consulting his own daughter. That daughter, Nalan Yan, was no ordinary girl. Celebrated far and wide as the clan's contemporary saint, she had shattered every family record and carried unmatched promise. By right, she should have had the final say in her marriage and her future. But to her father, The emperor's son and his priceless Tiandao pill held more sway than even his greatest prodigy. Now, as preparations for the imperial wedding advanced at breakneck speed, a storm was quietly gathering, one that would test not only Nalanyan's talent, but the very bonds of loyalty within the clan. Even the promise of the heavenly Dao pill couldn't sway the head of the Nalan clan. He stood firm. After all, the family boasted 3 branches, each guided by a flawless saint, and only one of those pillars had ever faltered. Decades ago, the second elder of Nalanyan's branch, Nalan Qingyuan's own grandfather, had been grievously wounded in a fierce battle. His spirit tablet remained on its ancestral altar, a silent testament to his survival. Without it, the clan would have assumed him dead, his body lost forever in the heart of their territory. In truth, the second elder lay between life and death. Whether he would ever awaken, or if he could regain even a fraction of his former power, remained a question no healer could answer. With his fate so uncertain, the clan leader had no fear that Nalanyan would dare disobey a direct order. Yet when the family spoke, Nalanyan surprised them all. She renounced every past honor and merit, treating her own reputation like a bargaining chip in pursuit of the heavenly Dao pill. She walked away from the only home she had ever known, spurned her arranged marriage, and made clear by action what she would not say in words. She wanted no part of the Nalan clan's plans. What followed from that point on scarcely needs telling. After countless trials in the spirit realm, Nalanyan finally crossed paths with Gu Yuan, then young master of the Gu family. Their destinies intertwined. They fell deeply in love and soon welcomed 2 children, a daughter Nalan Qingyuan and a son, Ye Cheng. News of this alliance shamed the Nalan clan leader so thoroughly that he had Nalanyan confined under house arrest for 20 years. But now that your grandfather has emerged from seclusion, Nalanyan said softly, her voice trembling with hope, if the clan leader truly wishes to preserve our family's legacy, he will have no choice but to lift his decree on both of us. As she spoke, her eyes grew misty at the thought of the husband and son she'd been separated from for 2 decades. Nalan Qingyuan sat in stunned silence. She had never imagined her mother's life had been so entangled in clan politics, and treated as little more than a bargaining chip. Yet no blame fell on Nalanyan in her daughter's heart. It was the clan leader who had ignored her mother's and grandfather's sacrifices, consigning her to 20 years of unjust confinement. Nalan Qingyuan's heart raced as she recalled her mother's warning back when the clan had sent soldiers to drag them both from Jianglin City. If my talent hadn't measured up and grandfather hadn't died, shocking the patriarch, there's no doubt he would have executed father, my brother, and me. All of us would have been slaughtered. She clenched her fist, her voice cold and steady as she spat out the word, grandfather. Rage burned in her dark eyes. Across from her, Nalanyan, released only recently after 20 years of confinement, lay the resentment of 2 decades. Gently smoothing her daughter's hair, she spoke in a soothing whisper. Don't trouble yourself with the baggage of our elders, you honor. Once I left the clan, my father's plot collapsed and the feud died with it. Yes, he imprisoned me for 20 years, but in that same time the clan poured every resource into training you. Perhaps in a strange way it was a clean break. She paused, hope softening her tone. What matters now is that your grandfather finishes his seclusion and returns to us soon. I miss your brother and your father so much, her mother whispered, voice trembling with regret. Nalan Qingyuan's clenched hand slowly unfurled. At the mention of a brother and her father, her eyes widened. You mean I have a brother? All her life she'd believed her father dead and that she was an only child. The revelation hit her like a bolt of lightning. Not only was her father alive, but she had a brother, too. Her mother, Nalanyan, nodded and managed a fragile smile. Yes, his name is Ye Cheng. That was the name I gave him. Tenderness glimmered in Nalanyan's eyes, then vanished, replaced by overwhelming guilt. She averted her gaze. By now, Ye Cheng must be grown, perhaps even engaged. As his mother, I have nothing to owe for him. No childhood memories, no mother's love. She swallowed hard, struggling to keep her composure. To the outside world, she declared all old debts settled, but how could she ever repay the price owed to her son, her daughter, and her husband, Gu Yuan? Mother, it's not your fault, Qingyuan said gently, lifting Nalanyan's hand to her cheek. "The clan leader, he was the one who decided our fate." She brushed away a tear from her mother's face. "You gave me life and a chance at happiness. That's more than enough." Nalanyan gave a soft nod, her eyes shining as the jade pendant at her waist glowed to life. "Thank goodness this is almost over," she murmured. She held the pendant up for Ye Cheng to see. "Grandfather's message said he'll emerge from his retreat soon. Once he's back, we'll journey together to the Han and Qin empires and finally bring your brother and father home." She glanced at the pendant again and smiled. "If everything goes according to plan, he'll finish his seclusion just as you return from the ancient battlefield." Chapter 132. The Ancient Battlefield. The Ancient Battlefield, undoubtedly the most magnificent relic in southern Shenzhou's vast 3,000 realms, had just opened its gates. Any cultivator below the Emperor realm might venture inside to claim its treasures and uncover hidden opportunities. Rumor even whispered of an Emperor realm inheritance buried deep within its blood-soaked soil. As the news spread, prodigies from every corner of southern Shenzhou thundered toward the battlefield, eager to test their mettle. As the Gu clan's foremost genius, Ye Cheng naturally joined the throng. Yet he knew the dangers that lurked behind every ruin and twisted corridor. His mother, Gu Yan, had warned him more than once to stay vigilant and never stray from his path. Still, his thoughts kept drifting to the family he'd left behind, his father and elder brother, who had suffered great misfortune. "I wonder how strong brother has grown," he murmured, settling his pack on his shoulder, "and how father fares in his reduced circumstances." Mother had told him they'd been demoted to the 5th Calamity Realm, their lives made harsh by hardship. All he could do was hope that his grandfather's secluded retreat would end soon. If only grandfather emerged in time, he and mother could sweep in, restore the clan's honor, and bring father and brother safely home. Clenching his jaw, Ye Cheng took a deep breath. The ancient battlefield awaited. With every step, he vowed to return with the power needed to reunite his shattered family. Chapter 1. The Slan Leader, Miss Qingyuan requests an audience with Master Yan. In the grand hall atop Nalan Peak, a trusted retainer knelt and delivered his report. Nalanba, patriarch of the clan, inclined his head in acknowledgement, scarcely bothered by his daughter's latest political maneuver. He and Nalanyan had quietly agreed long ago, whatever mistakes had been made in the past were now water under the bridge. Their clan's single most urgent task was to cultivate a Taoist master of the highest caliber. Beneath the imperial palace lie 8 spirit peaks, each presided over by a powerful lineage. None of these appointments is ever truly permanent. So long as the current generation produces at least one Daozun, the clan's influence in the Yuheng court remains secure. But should they fail, all of Nalan's hard-won prestige would unravel overnight. Though Nalanyan's recent misstep had unsettled the family, her daughter, Nalan Qingyuan, possessed a brilliance that could atone for it. Despite his lingering disappointment in Yan, Nalanba had swallowed his pride and poured every available resource into Qingyuan's training. Even so, a bitter tinge shadowed his thoughts whenever he recalled the lost opportunity to forge an alliance with the Heaven Guardian through marriage. Now with Qingyuan pressing her claim, the fate of the Nalan clan hung in the balance. As Nalanba rose from his seat, his expression was calm, but in his heart raged the urgency of a father determined to restore his family's glory. Ye Cheng's heart sank as the last heavenly Dao pill slipped from his fingers, clinking hollowly against the stone floor. Shame and frustration flooded him. From his seat on the dais, clan leader Nalanba watched in gloomy silence, his stern features softened by genuine concern for his young disciple. Before the tension could thicken, the main hall doors swung open. A breathless retainer stumbled in, nearly tripping over his robes as he hurried forward. "Clan leader Nalan, urgent word from the Imperial Palace," he gasped. "They're selecting envoys to deliver congratulations to the Guardian of Heaven sect. Any volunteers from our Nalan family?" "The Guardian of Heaven sect?" Nalanba repeated, brow furrowing. "Congratulate them on what?" At the name, he shot upright, every sense on alert. The retainer hesitated for a heart-stopping moment, his eyes flicking to a jade talisman in his hand, then met Nalanba's impatient gaze. "The Emperor himself commands the celebration," he said, voice quivering. Their Majesties wished to honor the Guardian of Heaven sect's young master for breaking into the Emperor realm. A stunned silence followed. Nalanba's grip tightened on his staff until his knuckles whitened. "What?" he thundered. "How old is this prodigy?" "Barely 40-some years of age, my lord," the retainer replied, bowing low. 40 and already an Emperor realm cultivator. Unheard of arrogance, and a knife to the Nalan family's pride. Fury and envy flared in Nalanba's eyes. Across the hall, Ye Cheng bowed his head, cheeks burning with humiliation. If even someone in their 40s could claim Emperor realm strength, what hope did a mere 30-something like himself have? Yet in that moment of disgrace, his resolve hardened. He would prove himself beyond every expectation, or perish trying. The higher one's cultivation realm, the harder it becomes to advance. Even reaching the pinnacle of the God King stage is a tremendous feat, and breaking through to the Emperor realm is on an entirely different level of difficulty. Don't be fooled by Nalan Qingyuan's current status. He's only 20 and has already attained the Heavenly King realm. But if he hopes to step into the Emperor realm before he turns 40 or 50, it will be like trying to soar into the heavens themselves. As the heir of the Heaven Guardian sect, how far can he ultimately go? Perhaps he could achieve the late Xuan Emperor stage, or even attain the perfect Xuan Emperor. Maybe transcend that altogether and reach some apex beyond even the Xuan Emperor. In any case, he could still push on to the very summit. A prodigy of this caliber would have made an ideal son-in-law for the Nalan family, a pillar of strength for their clan. Yet that opportunity has slipped through our fingers. Thinking of what Nalan Qingyuan could have brought to our family only deepens my frustration. True, his talent is remarkable, but in my eyes, much of that brilliance stems from the fact that he ruthlessly eradicated the last vestiges of the Gu family bloodline, freeing himself from what was once a liability or impurity in his veins. Now the chance is gone, and with it, the support and honor we might have gained. Lord Nalanba paced the marble floor of his private study, lips pressed into a thin line. He'd argued it countless times. Though Nalan Qingyuan's bloodline might never rival the prodigies born of other Daozun-level clans, its purity and the Nalan family's unique mental techniques made it infinitely more valuable than the tainted heritage of the Gu line. Yet now, news of the Heaven Guardian sect's young prince achieving unprecedented breakthroughs stole every ounce of his confidence. If only Nalanyan had been wed to that rising star. Imagine a child born of imperial blood and Daozun mastery blended together. Instead, he'd poured his greatest efforts into aiding her, and all for naught. He shook his head in bitter frustration. That girl, so foolishly blind to her own fortune, he muttered. Centuries of resentment pressed on his chest, and he released a long, weary sigh that sounded more like a confession of defeat than a statement of resolve. Under the ghostly moonlight of Kangming King City, Ye Cheng sat cross-legged at the heart of the Gu family's ancestral grove. Ancient oaks towered overhead, their branches whispering secrets on the midnight breeze. Before him hovered the jade-green ring he had received from the venerable Tan Tai, its surface etched with age-worn runes that pulsed faintly with arcane energy. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Tonight, he would uncover the ring's hidden power, and, perhaps, awaken the legacy it had lain dormant to protect. Over the past fortnight, Ye Cheng had relentlessly funneled vast reserves of spiritual energy into the ancient ring, consuming a staggering number of spirit stones in the process. After he wiped out the Tantai family, he claimed every last treasure they owned. Then, when the 9th princess seized the 3rd prince's forces, she promptly sent 70% of those confiscated riches to Kangming City. Without that infusion of resources, Ye Cheng never would have been able to sustain the ring's ravenous appetite. At first, he managed to stay calm, but as the ring continued to devour more and more energy, the supply of spirit stones he had to invest climbed ever higher. Even Ye Cheng felt his resolve beginning to buckle. What could possibly be sealed inside this ring, he wondered. The spiritual power he'd poured in, if unleashed, would be enough to obliterate 10 heavenly venerables, let alone a single one. Although Ye Cheng himself had yet to attain the heavenly venerable rank, he'd shattered the limits of the Emperor realm and vaulted straight into the heavenly Emperor realm in a single day. His native spirit puppet, known as the Heavenly Refining Spirit Puppet, had surged even further, leaping from the initial Heavenly Venerable stage into the early Saint Tao Venerable realm. But now, Ye Cheng stared at the inscrutable ring in his hand, frustration gnawing at him. He had poured every ounce of his spiritual power into it, enough to shatter the Heavenly Venerable boundary again, and still the ring remained sealed. He knew that pressing on might accomplish nothing. The ring simply refused to yield. Even so, he hesitated to give up. He'd already invested too much effort, and the ring's capacity to absorb vast quantities of spiritual energy only deepened his curiosity. What lay hidden within? Could it conceal some ancient secret, or perhaps the handiwork of a forgotten master? Ye Cheng wasn't afraid of mysteries, though. Ever since he and his allies had razed the Tantai family's old manor, he'd recovered the 4 royal swords. By integrating them into his Zhuxian sword formation, he'd awakened a brand new magical ability, one that bolstered his confidence. Clenching his jaw, Ye Cheng closed his eyes and summoned every scrap of spiritual essence he could muster. If the ring resisted one more time, he would press on regardless. The truth it guarded was worth the risk. And Ye Cheng was nothing if not determined. Protected by the ring's residual magic, Ye Cheng didn't flinch as its savage backlash washed over him. He focused his mind, and in an instant, every remaining spirit stone and crystal in his pouch shot forth and plunged into the ancient spirit ring. Boom! The ring, once sinking like a stone, shuddered violently. A brilliant wave of spiritual light burst forth, encasing Ye Cheng in its glow. Instinctively, he unleashed the Zhuxian sword formation. Reality blurred as countless sword shadows whirled around him, and before he could catch his breath, he was drawn through a shimmering portal. The next moment, he found himself standing in an impossibly vast space, floating swords fading away, the formation complete. He blinked in astonishment. Imperial-grade storage rings typically offer a 1,000-foot interior. This place stretched for more than 100 miles in every direction, a world contained within a mere ring, and at its very center stood Ye Cheng. He exhaled in awe, then caught sight of something flickering at the edge of his vision. Narrowing his eyes, he stepped forward. Ye Cheng's eyes widened as he stepped into the storage chamber. Not far ahead, at its very center, stood an ice coffin, its lid flung wide. Inside, illuminated by the chamber's pale light, lay a peerless beauty dressed in a flowing blue palace gown. Her eyes were gently closed, and her still form rested like a rare flower preserved in glass. Chapter 133. Ye Cheng stood before the ice coffin, his breath catching at the sight of the woman trapped within. He'd seen his share of beauties, Jiang Lianxin was proof of that, but none compared to her. Her skin gleamed like freshly fallen snow, her limbs were impossibly slender, and her grace was otherworldly, as if she'd descended from some distant realm rather than walked the earth. Even her posture, curled in that frozen sarcophagus, radiated a quiet majesty that held him spellbound. Yet it wasn't merely her ethereal appearance that unsettled him. Ye Cheng, famed as one of the Heavenly Venerable's most invincible disciples, felt a tremor run through his veins at the raw power still pulsating around her. Her life force had been drawn down to its barest whisper. One wrong move could end her altogether. Yet the aura she emitted remained terrifyingly strong. It made his scalp prickle and his heart thunder in his chest. He forced himself to take a steadying breath. In all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a paradox, a warrior on the brink of death, whose very presence inspired both reverence and dread. This woman, his prisoner, yet possibly his key to greater mysteries, lay poised between life and oblivion, and even now, at death's doorstep, she commanded more respect than most mortals he'd met in full bloom of power. Ye Cheng's heart pounded. He could sense it plainly. The cultivator entombed in the ice coffin had reached the imperial realm. Even his Tianlian divine puppet, now perfected at the Tao Venerable level, was utterly outmatched. A single breath from her would be enough to crush his hard-won creation. "I really am a professional tomb raider," he muttered to himself. He'd already uncovered Xuanhuang relics before, each associated with a powerful woman cultivator, but none had compared to this. Every one of them had been more beautiful and more terrifying than the last. Yet the figure before him transcended them all. She was no mere future empress or queen. She was a reigning empress, a true sovereign sealed in ice. The notion still felt unreal. Without the spiritual energy he'd painstakingly infused into the coffin, her aura would have long since dissipated, and with it, the last spark of her life. Determined to learn her fate, Ye Cheng shook off his astonishment. He exhaled, summoned his system's insight, and let his awareness probe the frozen empress before him. Immediately, Ye Cheng's pupils contracted. Under his discerning gaze, a translucent panel of information materialized before him. Name, Fufeng Realm. Perfection of the Holy Emperor. Emperor Realm Tiers. Xuan Emperor. Tian Emperor. Holy Emperor. Emperor. Fate. True Immortal Reincarnation. Red Grade. First Rank. Ye Cheng stared, speechless for a moment. True Immortal Reincarnation. Red Grade. First Rank. Nothing in his experience had prepared him for such a rare fate. He had seen countless prodigies, heroes, and masters across the lands. Except for his own third daughter, who had yet to be born, no one he'd ever encountered bore a red-rank fate. And here, standing before him, was the Fufeng Empress, the sole bearer of this illustrious destiny. True Immortal Realm, he murmured, tasting the words. His gaze flicked back to the Empress, brilliance lighting his eyes. He knew little of the immortal hierarchy beyond the broad strokes. His own signature technique, the sword execution formation, had been devised by a Kangwu immortal king, clearly a rank above true immortal. So while impressive, a true immortal sat just below an immortal king in power. He straightened, determination sharpening his features. If the Fufeng Empress truly embodied a red-grade fate, the path before them, no matter how perilous, was worth treading. After all, she is an existence of the immortal realm. No wonder the Fufeng Empress boasts such extraordinary origin and awe-inspiring power. Ye Cheng couldn't help but exhale a silent breath as he braced himself. Suddenly, the ice coffin shuddered with a deafening boom. Within its frosted Lelas, the Fufeng Empress, eyes still closed, erupted in majestic force. That tangible, crushing pressure swept outward, intent on suppressing Ye Cheng utterly. I anticipated this. Ye Cheng's eyes sparked with determination. He thrust his hand forward and commanded, Zhuxian sword formation, arise. At his words, 4 bands of shimmering swordlight shot up like celestial dragons, bridging heaven and earth in an instant. From their convergence emerged the projection of the Kangwu Immortal King, an abyssal colossus whose very presence formed an impenetrable shield around Ye Cheng. Its murderous intent flared, locking the Fufeng Empress fast within her own ice tomb. This astonishing display was the manifestation of Ye Cheng's newest martial breakthrough, the perfected transformation of the Zhuxian sword formation. Its name, fittingly, is Immortal Descent. Ye Cheng drew in a slow breath, gathering the arcane currents swirling within him. With a gesture, he summoned the ethereal projection of the Kangwu Immortal King. Though its power barely registered as 1/10,000th of the true Immortal King's might, it was more than enough to shield him from even an emperor's assault. Yet this technique demanded a terrible toll. In its purely defensive mode, each invocation consumed 10% of Ye Cheng's life essence. To command the projection to strike back, he would have to sacrifice every last drop of his vitality. Such an expenditure was ruinous. Burning 10 or 20% of his essence might be recoverable with great effort, but once the loss crept past 30%, restoration became all but impossible. A full power release would leave him alive only to become a cripple. This was a desperate, do-or-die move, one that no sane cultivator employed lightly. And yet Ye Cheng did not intend to unleash its full destructive force. His goal was simpler, to startle and intimidate. Opposite him stood not some common foe, but a saint emperor reborn, a living avatar of true immortality. Even a fraction of the Kangwu Immortal King's presence would be enough to give pause to such a legendary adversary. Steeling himself, Ye Cheng allowed the projection's faint light to glow brighter. He would not strike, not yet. He only needed to show his hand. If even this ghostly echo of the Immortal King could unnerve a saint emperor, then perhaps Ye Cheng might still walk away unscathed. The oppressive aura of the Immortal King's projection weighed so heavily that even Ye Cheng felt it threatened to crush him. No wonder. He had just invoked Kangwu, the name of one of the highest-ranked Immortal Kings. At once, the spectral image of Kangwu appeared above the sword formation, its overwhelming might freezing the surrounding air and halting in mid-advance. Ye Cheng smiled coldly. What's the matter? Afraid to come any closer? He lifted a hand, and his life force flared like molten metal. As his power surged outward, the shadowy projection of Kangwu solidified into tangible form. Silken sleeves billowed on the phantom figure's arms, and from its grasp a blinding swordlight coalesced, humming with lethal intent. Please, don't do this. From the depths of that crushing pressure, behind the ice-encased coffin, a clear female voice called out in alarm. My lord, your highness, wait! We can talk. Please, let's talk this through. The swordlight hovered at the edge of release. Then the woman spoke again, as though waking from a dream. Where am I? When Ye Cheng opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the overwhelming aura of an immortal king coursing through him. He sat up with a start. How did I wake up with the power of an immortal king? He wondered. Did I really return to the upper realm in my sleep? Have I somehow grasped the fabled Tao of life and death? Before he could puzzle it out, a series of tiny, frantic pleas reached his ears. The voice was coming from someone, or something, barely an inch tall, yet every tremor of desperation came through as clearly as a bell. Ye Cheng couldn't help but twitch the cora, nair of his mouth. Even inside the vast projection of the Kangwu immortal king, the miniature figures self-arguing and whining were unmistakable. His gaze drifted to the ornate ice coffin before him. Sealed within lay the Fufeng Empress, her serene face turned up toward the frosted vault of her prison. The coffin's runic wards pressed down on him, making each breath a struggle. Clearing his throat, Ye Cheng spoke firmly. If you mean me no harm, release your pressure. Almost at once, the crushing weight lifted. He exhaled and added, Sorry, my guard was up. I just woke and saw a stranger in front of me. Overreacted. Then, noting a soft, feminine reply echoing from the ice, he asked, Wait, you're not an immortal king either, are you? At his words, the coffin's surface fractured, not with a violent shatter, but with the delicate sound of glass giving way. From the still form of the Fufeng Empress sprang a tiny figure, a perfect, 3-inch-tall replica dressed in flowing azure robes. Hovering above the shattered ice, the miniature empress stared up at Ye Cheng with wide, astonished eyes. Once the Fufeng Empress loosened her pressure, Ye Cheng's bloodfire subsided, though the Zhuxian sword formation still hovered behind him, its runes faintly pulsing. At her question, he tilted his head and offered a light, almost amused smile. It wasn't a true immortal king, he said calmly. Only an illusion, a simple trick, hardly worth mentioning. His tone betrayed no boastfulness, yet those few words struck Fufeng Empress like thunder. She narrowed her eyes, a curious light flickering in their depths. Though her whims could seem erratic, she was by no means careless. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold her exalted rank. Any device capable of conjuring an immortal king, projection or not, ranked among the upper realm's rarest treasures. Clearly, Ye Cheng had something he wasn't telling her, or he was deliberately playing coy. Either way, the balance between them shifted. As she regarded him with renewed respect, a subtle excitement glimmered in her gaze. Empress Fufeng's gaze flickered with unreadable intent as she approached Ye Cheng. Taoist, she called, her voice soft yet insistent. Would you be interested in making a deal with me? Ye Cheng paused, curiosity replacing the headache he'd had just moments before over how to deal with the Empress's unpredictable temperament. A deal? He echoed. Please, explain. She offered him a small, knowing smile. You must understand my plight. Though my body remains unharmed, my soul grows ever more fragile, stretched thin like a fine silk thread. Leaning forward, she continued in a hushed tone, I require a rare elixir, one capable of repairing and reinforcing the spirit. Will you help me obtain it? A potion to heal her soul, restore her inner cohesion, sounded entirely reasonable to him. Ye Cheng inclined his head. I'm listening, he said, gesturing for her to go on. At once, doubt flickered through him. Had he been too quick to agree? Empress Fufeng tapped her delicate fingers against her chin as if weighing her words. After a thoughtful pause, she swept her hair back and lifted her chin proudly. Since this is our first encounter, she declared, I shall not ask too much of you, yet. Her tone carried a promise of more to come, and Ye Cheng braced himself for the true cost of her bargain. Empress Fufeng pressed her hands to her chest, her voice trembling with urgency. My soul is fraying by the hour. Please, Taoist Gu, find me at least 10 7th-grade spirit herbs. They're the only thing that can slow this disintegration. Ye Cheng, formerly known as Gu Changqing, silently pinched the bridge of his nose. He met her pleading gaze, spotting the unspoken accusation behind her words. I serve you loyally, yet you doubt me. With a rueful sigh, he raised 2 fingers. Your Majesty, if I may point out 2 things. He cleared his throat. First, herbs of the 7th grade and above are not called spirit medicines. They're properly known as emperor medicines. Even rarer, purer specimens go by the name sacred immortal herbs. Empress Fufeng blinked, surprise flitting across her face. Second, Ye Cheng continued gently, I am only a junior emperor cultivator. I lack the influence, and frankly the strength, to procure true emperor medicines. You would be better served requesting them from someone with far greater standing than I. He bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I cannot help with this. Chapter 134. Ye Cheng frowned at Empress Fufeng's skepticism. Just an ordinary imperial domain, he repeated, but I swear on my honor as an emperor, I'll deliver exactly what I've promised. Empress Fufeng's tiny frame, swathed in pale purple silk, seemed to bristle with authority far beyond her childlike stature. She raised a delicate hand, the sharp gleam in her eye betraying absolute confidence. Don't worry, she declared, voice dripping with assured dominance. I always keep my word. Help me, and my reward will more than satisfy you. The contrast between her youthful appearance and imperious tone struck Ye Cheng as almost comical. He suppressed a laugh at the sight of the little girl empress playing the part of the empire's ruler so earnestly. But before he could respond, her next offer silenced him. I have a prized disciple at the Ziwei Imperial Palace, the current emperor's daughter, she said, leaning forward. Her beauty rivals the moonlight, and her talent, it even surpasses mine. She gave him a sly wink. You know what that means. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. If you're interested, I can arrange a marriage between you and her, Empress Fufeng continued, her smile as sharp as a blade. He stared at her, momentarily speechless. The Empress's proposal, all at once generous and bewildering, hung between them like a challenge. Before him stood an astonishing sight, the real body of Empress Fufeng, sealed in an ice coffin. Her reputation as an extraordinary and formidable ruler was unquestionable, and the system's identification feature had never been wrong. Without that confirmation, he would have found it impossible to believe that this tiny girl in a purple skirt was the reincarnation of a peerless immortal empress. He raised an eyebrow. You're saying her talent isn't inferior to yours? At once, the empress's eyes glowed with excitement. Sensing her moment, she leaned forward. Of course. Taoist friend, don't think I exaggerate. In truth, my apprentice's talent surpasses even mine. Back in the immortal realm, before I passed on, I never encountered anyone with her level of innate potential. For a brief instant, her words threatened to unveil more of her origins, but she caught herself. Ye Cheng only chuckled inwardly. With the system's records at his disposal, he already knew the full story of Empress Fufeng's past. Yet her praise of this young girl did nothing to diminish his growing curiosity. Ye Cheng couldn't help but be intrigued by Empress Fufeng's apprentice, the princess of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Rumor even claimed her talent surpassed that of a true immortal's reincarnation. As he studied the empress, calculating the girl's potential, his gaze did not go unnoticed. Empress Fufeng lifted an eyebrow, her voice teasing. Fellow Taoist, you're not plotting to take advantage of me, are you? Before he could reply, she let her expression soften into something more alluring. Leaning closer, her ethereal form drifted toward him as she spoke in a hushed, silken tone. You have a discerning eye. I find you most trustworthy. Should you secure a dozen of the imperial elixirs for me, my soul will mend, and I shall be reborn. Then, perhaps we could walk the Tao together as partners. Her words hung in the air. Calmly, Ye Cheng raised his hand and held up 4 fingers. Ye Cheng's voice rang out, calm but unyielding. I want 4 imperial weapons. Empress Fufeng froze, the confident smile she'd worn moments ago vanishing. She'd assumed her beauty and political sway would be enough to bind him to her will, but the request for 4 imperial weapons shattered her expectations. 4? How is that possible? I've only ever laid claim to weapons from 2 sects since I began my cultivation. Where on earth would I find 4 imperial weapons? A faint, contemptuous smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. He met her bewildered gaze directly. Do you finally understand how difficult it is to acquire an imperial treasure? Flushing with embarrassment, the Empress struggled to steady her voice. Imperial weapons aren't raw materials, they're finished artifacts, comparable to imperial elixirs in their rarity. Even if I wanted to, my elders and generals would never consent to hand over 4. Surely you can lower your demands? Ye Cheng's dark eyes narrowed. Then make it 3. Fu Feng bit her lip, her confidence crumbling. She swallowed hard and offered in a strained tone. Very well, I can provide 3 bars of imperial spirit iron. It's not the same, but it's the best I can do. She glanced at him beseechingly, hoping to salvage some leverage from the situation. Ye Cheng's expression remained unreadable as he weighed her compromise. What's your demand? Ye Cheng regarded her coolly. All 3 sects possessed spirit iron of the same grade. Even splitting it in 2 wouldn't guarantee a weapon of equal quality, assuming a flawless forge. One misstep and the loss would be devastating. The Fu Feng Empress shifted in her throne, guilt darkening her features. Then, 6 ingots of spirit iron? Not even 2 sects together could spare a complete imperial weapon, he countered. She wavered. They're practically plotting my downfall. 10 ingots, then? Or, her voice cracked, and she stamped her foot, her eyes flashing. But when she saw Ye Cheng's unyielding gaze, she drew in a ragged breath. All right, 1 sect will give you 1 finished imperial weapon. Deal. Ye Cheng suppressed a smile of genuine surprise. He'd expected to squeeze out rare forging materials, but an imperial weapon, even the most basic model, was a priceless treasure held under tight lock and key. He hadn't anticipated the Empress to concede so readily. Empress Fu Feng stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, Ye Cheng gave a slight nod. In that instant, the Empress realized her blunder, but pride would not let her take it back. She straightened her robes and forced a firm tone. Very well, Taoist. You swore an oath. You will not go back on your word. My only hope of rebirth rests with you. Her expression turned grave. I do not wish to burden you, but you must understand, the remnants of my soul can endure no more than half a year. If you fail... She never had the chance to finish her warning. Before she could speak another word, Ye Cheng produced a small jade bottle from beneath his sleeve and gently twisted off the stopper. Immediately, an intoxicating wave of medicinal aroma filled the chamber. Empress Fu Feng felt its power at once. Her scattered essence drew together, growing strong and whole. Eyes wide, she whispered, What is this? Ye Cheng held the bottle before her. 9 Dan-patterned soul-enriching pills, he announced quietly. An imperial elixir formulated to heal consciousness and consolidate the soul, though still 2 ranks below an empress's own realm. As the fragrance swirled around them, Empress Fu Feng allowed herself a single, grateful smile. The path to her resurrection had just become a reality, and Ye Cheng held the key. Even an empress couldn't withstand the power of Ye Cheng's alchemy. His 9 Dan soul-enhancing pill matched, or even surpassed, the finest 6th-level venerable elixirs. The moment she ingested it, she felt her disintegrating soul briefly coalesce, delaying its dispersal. It wouldn't permanently stabilize her spirit, but it would buy her another year of life. An astonishing feat on its own. Yet what truly stunned her was the invisible bond linking this elixir's energy to the young alchemist who'd handed it to her. Ordinary cultivators might miss such a subtle trace, but as the reincarnation of a true immortal, her awareness was unparalleled, even among the Emperor Realm's elite. In a single flash of insight, she realized that this 9 Dan soul-enhancing pill had been crafted by the very boy standing before her. Images of the immortal king's projection, summoned earlier by Ye Cheng, flitted through her mind, and her heart thundered at the revelation. Chapter 7. A Stir in the Ice Coffin. Could this boy truly be a descendant of some ancient immortal king, or perhaps even the immortal King reborn? The Empress murmured the thought almost to herself. Whether by bloodline or by soul, the notion intrigued her. This young man, so impossibly handsome, with the aura of one wronged by heaven, might be perfectly suited to her favorite disciple. In that instant, her heart fluttered with a strange, exhilarating warmth she had never known. But the moment passed as swiftly as it came. With the terms of their alliance sealed, Ye Cheng stepped away from the hidden sanctum. The chamber's centerpiece, a crystalline ice coffin, stood empty and silent. Perched atop its frosted lid sat the little girl in her lavender skirt, the Empress's cherished charge. She kicked her plump, lotus-like feet back and forth, gazing into the void with a wistful glimmer in her eyes. His departure left her uncharacteristically forlorn, as though she missed a friend she had only just met. Unaware of the commotion he'd left behind, Ye Cheng withdrew the ancient ring from the ice coffin and slipped it carefully back into his storage pouch. He raised his palm, where the jade token the Empress had gifted him now pulsed with a gentle, otherworldly light. Clutching it, Ye Cheng felt a quiet determination stir within him. Whatever secrets lay wrapped in ice and embers, he would unravel them, and in doing so, carve his own destiny. This jade token was the treasure the Empress planned to use to boost his power. Before her fall, she'd even promised Ye Cheng an Emperor-grade weapon, but she never managed to secure one. Weapons of that caliber usually serve as a sect's cornerstone, kept under the protection of an Emperor-level organization. The Ziwei Imperial Palace operates differently from a single sect. It's more like a coalition of several imperial sects, and the Fufang Empress rules only one of them. Internal strife is constant, and until the palace regains enough strength, it won't call its allies to arms. To make up for her inability to grant him the weapon, the Fufang Empress gave Ye Cheng the small but well-trained force she'd conquered and inherited in southern Shenzhou. That force is known as the Tianshu Pavilion, and the jade token in his hand, the Tianshu Order, is its official emblem. Ye Cheng had heard of the Tianshu Pavilion before. Now, with its backing and this ancient jade order, he could finally accelerate his cultivation and rise to the Emperor realm himself. Ye Cheng stared in barely contained disbelief. In the halls of Qianyu, the Tianshu Pavilion wasn't just any minor sect. It was a colossus, famed as one of the top 5 overlords of Qianyu, boasting 2 perfected saints and dozens of venerable level masters. And now, by a single imperial edict, that entire powerhouse was placed under his command. Advance payment? A freebie? He remembered how casually the Empress had handed him the Tianshu Order. No flourish, no grand speech, just a calm, indifferent smile. He hadn't even realized it counted as an advance payment. Too trusting on his part, perhaps. But was he about to turn down an entire supersect as simply too good to be true? He clenched his fists and made up his mind. With the resources and manpower of Tianshu Pavilion at his back, he could devote far more time to cultivation, grow stronger at double speed, and assist the Empress in her search for the Imperial Elixir even more efficiently. Truly a 2-bird, 1-stone arrangement. Of course, it wasn't because the gift was too tempting, he told himself with a wry grin. Quite the opposite, he was simply making the most practical choice in the Empire. Chapter 135. Clutching the Tianshu Order in his palm, Ye Cheng stood before the gates of Tianshu Pavilion and allowed himself a wry smile. He still found it hard to believe how effortlessly he had brought this once formidable sect to its knees. He had been prepared to unleash the Empress's spectral projection, stored in the heart of the Order, to cow every cultivator here. Yet that dramatic gambit had turned out to be completely unnecessary. In hindsight, perhaps it shouldn't have surprised him. When Empress Fufeng journeyed through the southern realms, she had not yet reached her current Saint Emperor heights, but even then she was no weakling. As a Xuan Emperor, her reputation alone had struck fear into the pavilion's heart. Without her guiding influence, Tianshu Pavilion would have remained a minor backwater in Qianyu. It was Fufeng Empress who fostered its rise, who laid the foundation for the pavilion's later transformation into one of the 2 perfected saints' bulwarks. With Tianshu Pavilion now firmly under his control, Ye Cheng refused to linger. He swept back to the Shenmeng dynasty at once, and threw his support behind 9th Princess Meng Linger. Together, they orchestrated her accession to the throne, and under his steady hand, the new regime quickly found its footing. Once the dynasty's affairs had been set on an even keel, Ye Cheng turned homeward to sort out the affairs of the Kangming-gu clan. Great and small matters alike received his attention, ensuring that his family's fortunes would never again be caught unprepared by the tides of fate. And so, with both state and lineage secured, he prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Ye Cheng paused at the edge of the spirit portal, ready to escort Yunxi and her brother back to the spirit realm. His mind was already tallying the days. The emperor's third daughter was due any moment, and that meant, by his master's arrangements, Ye Cheng would soon stand before Emperor Xuan as his next husband. Marry Emperor Xuan? The words echoed in his head, and he felt his pulse quicken. He'd thought his master content with a single wife. Now there were two, and soon a third. If he didn't strengthen himself swiftly, that coveted position might slip through his fingers. Determined not to be outpaced, Ye Cheng set aside thoughts of rest. Without hesitation, he turned away from the portal, bound for the ancestral lands, and entered seclusion once more. As he reached the remote mountain shrine where the Gu lineage honed its glory, a message from Patriarch Kangming arrived. Another matter Ye Cheng had longed to hear about. The spirit realm was summoning its clans to the ancient battlefield for a grand training exercise. Would the Gu family take part? He unfolded the Patriarch's report and scanned the details. The ancient battlefield was more than a proving ground. It was a crucible that decided futures. Demons and spirit beasts roamed its ruins, challenges awaited at every turn, and breakthroughs were forged in the heat of combat. Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed. This was the chance he needed, to ascend beyond his current limits and secure his place at the Emperor's side. With that resolve burning in his chest, he stepped into the meditation chamber and began his next round of cultivation. The ancient battlefield is nothing less than a buried treasure trove. Ages ago, when the outer demons poured into this world, all the great continents were devastated, and Nanchuan Shenzhou was no exception. This desolate plain became one of the key front lines where the realm's mightiest warriors faced off against demonic hordes. No one can say how many blood-soaked clashes were fought here. Countless heroes and demon lords perished, and even emperors, on both sides, found their graves beneath these cursed earths. Naturally, where such titanic battles once raged, unimaginable riches and relics lie hidden. But danger lurks alongside fortune. Many of the new demons, roaming this field, are born of vengeful spirits of the fallen, while others have slipped through a secret pasa, leading into the demon world itself, located in the deepest reaches of the battlefield. Fortunately for treasure hunters and sects alike, the entire area is held in check by the Zhenwu demon-slaying formation, erected by the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, the premier sect in southern Shenzhou, ensuring that none of these demons can break free. Moreover, a secret portal links our world to the demon realm, its entrance bound by an ancient seal erected by the great emperors of humanity. For centuries, only a handful of lesser demons slipped through its cracks, their numbers few and their power insignificant. Lately, however, the seal has begun to weaken. Day by day, more demons are pouring in, and with each passing week, their strength grows. What once threatened us only at the Emperor's level now includes adversaries who rival even the Venerable in might, roaming freely among us. Originally, the ancient battlefield opened only once every century, allowing powerful mortals, those just shy of imperial rank, to enter and purge the demons. Now, however, that interval has been shortened to a mere 10 years. To ensure cultivators focus on demon slaying rather than relic hunting, the Zhenwu Imperial Palace has joined forces with several of the realm's foremost sects. Together, they've posted generous bounties at the Zhenwu court. Anyone who brings back proof of a slain demon claims a reward. The stronger the demon, the richer the bounty. That isn't all. Scattered throughout the battlefield are countless resources ripe for the taking. Even if no Emperor-tier artifacts appear, seekers can still uncover 6th-rank spirit medicines, rare spiritual herbs, and high-grade spirit iron, materials crucial for forging 6th-rank tools. All of these can be exchanged for treasure or used to strengthen one's own arsenal. Ye Cheng's heart raced at the news. His reputation as a master alchemist and artifact refiner was already well established, and this opportunity promised unparalleled rewards for someone of his talents. With each demon he felled and every scrap of spirit iron he retrieved, he would not only bolster his own fame, but also unearth the ingredients needed to push his craft to even greater heights. As the assembly hall buzzed with excitement, Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed with determination. The ancient battlefield might open infrequently, but when it did, fortunes were made, and Ye Cheng intended to claim his share. Ye Cheng was certain that the 6th-level treasure pills he had just refined would rival the imperial elixirs in their ability to heal a fractured divine consciousness. Once the Empress's soul was fully restored, he would bind her to him with a life oath, one she could never break. And if he could secure an imperial weapon to incorporate into his Zhuxian sword formation, even a basic extreme-tier imperial armament, both his personal strength and the power of the formation would surge. His mind raced with possibilities. The ancient battlefield wouldn't reopen until March, so he still had time. Perfect. He could slip back to the spirit realm, stand by as his daughter was born, and celebrate his wedding before the trials began. With that resolve, Ye Cheng boarded the flying boat for the spirit realm. Meanwhile, back in Jianglan City, the heart of the Han and Qin Empire, prosperity had reached unprecedented heights. Markets bustled with traders from distant lands. White-robed cultivators walked the streets like nobles, and the Gu family, as the city's ruling house, rode the wave of its success to ever greater power and prestige. A powerful spirit vein has recently converged beneath the Gu family estate, flooding every courtyard with radiant spiritual energy, far richer than anywhere beyond its walls. Just days ago, Ye Cheng shattered his limits and ascended into the Emperor realm. In the wake of his breakthrough, the Jianglan Gu family's overall strength has surged anew, and its heirs have followed suit. Patriarch Gu Yuan vaulted straight into the Heavenly King realm. Rising stars such as Gu Ling have now entered the Tribulation R, Eilm, most standing firmly at its 6th tier. Their talents have blossomed so brilliantly that even if they ultimately fall short of the Emperor realm, they will have no trouble reaching the Divine King realm. But the greatest astonishment came from Gu Wangshuan. Fueled by the ripple effects of Ye Cheng's ascension and a revival of their ancestral bloodline, Wangshuan awakened one of the Gu family's ancient spiritual physiques, the Red Flame Body. Under its fierce blessing, his cultivation skyrocketed, and he now stands proudly at the 9th level of the Tribulation realm. Under the Sovereign realm, his killing intent was absolute, and the entire Gu clan was abuzz with excitement. They weren't just celebrating Gu Wangshuan's awakening, there was an even greater reason to rejoice. "My spiritual body has awakened, that goes without saying," Gu Wangshuan announced with a bright smile. But what really happened is that Brother Ye Cheng has broken through to a new realm. At his words, Gu Ling and the others exchanged envious glances and nodded in fervent agreement. Bloodline revivals among the younger generation of the Gu clan weren't unheard of, but nothing in living memory compared to this. Even the great revival led by ancestor Kangming paled in comparison. Brother Ye Cheng's resurgence was easily 100 times more potent. In their eyes, there was simply no rival. No one else could match him. Just then, Gu Yuan's attendant arrived, bearing confirmation of their hopes. "Sir, Chinger has sent word. He's boarded the spirit vessel and will return to the clan within a month at the latest. And more astonishing, he's already ascended to the Emperor realm." A stunned silence fell over the hall. Then, as if on cue, someone whispered, "What?" "The Emperor." A chorus of astonished voices rippled through the grand hall. Gu Yuan's face shone with relief and pride as the senior elders of the Jianglan Gu family, and even the younger prodigies like Gu Ling and Gu Wangshuan, now powerful enough to join this gathering, gaped at him in disbelief. Their shock was so deep they seemed to question their own senses. Amused, Gu Yuan's smile widened, his eyes sparkling. He cleared his throat, beckoning everyone to focus, and continued, "With Ye Cheng's return imminent, we must begin preparations at once. First, plan the wedding ceremony for Ye Cheng and Taoist Xuanhuang. Second, Lianshan's child is due any day now. Arrange the birth rituals accordingly. And send a delegation to Xuanxian Palace to inform our esteemed Taoist Xuanhuang of these developments." One assignment followed another. The family elders, along with Gu Ling and the younger generation, bowed and sprang into action, each taking on their orders without hesitation. Gu Yuan himself busied himself with coordinating every detail. Yet, before the Gu family could fully set their plans in motion, another pressing matter abruptly interrupted their preparations. Just as Jianglan City thought all its visitors were accounted for, an unexpected delegation arrived. Leading the group was a cultivator of the Xuanhuang realm, an existence far beyond the ordinary, and at his side were several youthful prodigies, each already boasting the formidable strength of a half-king. Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat as he listened to his aide's hurried report. Were these men the retainers of Qinger from Qianyu, come to offer their congratulations on his wedding? If so, why had he received no word from Qinger himself? He frowned, curiosity and concern warring on his features. Chapter 136. Gu Yuan frowned as he listened. If any outsiders overheard this, they'd surely laugh him out loud. Here he was, head of the Heavenly King branch, claiming his son could subjugate a great emperor, even take a great Xuanhuang as a vassal. Yet the assembled members of the Gu clan reacted as if this were the most ordinary statement in the world. Even the messenger who'd come to report this astonishing visit from the great Xuanhuang remained perfectly calm. He treated it as no more remarkable than rain in spring. And why shouldn't he? Their young master, Ye Cheng, had already killed not one but several Xuanhuang, and even the colossal Shenhuang, long before he'd reached the Emperor realm. Back then, Ye Cheng hadn't even achieved the Emperor stage himself. Now that he'd ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm, what significance did a single great Xuanhuang hold? Gu Yuan's lips pressed into a thin line. Around him, the other clan elders exchanged indifferent glances. To the Gu family, this was not a matter for astonishment, but simply another day in their extraordinary lives. Outside the mansion gates, Feijing Xuanhuang and his disciples halted in their steps, confusion etched on their faces. Feijing Xuanhuang's brows drew together as he whispered to his senior disciple, "What's happening with the Gu family here in Zhonglin City? They don't seem the least bit impressed." The senior disciple shook his head. The Gu clan is only a king-level power. At best, they command a single king. Yet they treat an appearance by a great Xuanhuang as mundane. He studied the silent courtyards beyond the gates. There must be more to their young master's reputation than we realized. As Feiying Xuanhuang's party hesitated at the threshold, a faint breeze rustled the ancient pines lining the approach. Beyond the heavy doors, Ye Cheng's legend lay waiting in silent anticipation, one that even the most exalted visitors could no longer ignore. The courtyard was deathly quiet as the last half of the incense stick burned down. A handful of Tianshu Pavilion disciples stood before the massive gates, impatience etched on their faces. "Master," one of them muttered, voice tight, "the Xuanhuang has arrived, and we're still here with no greeting?" Before anyone could answer, Huolier, never known for his patience, stamped forward. "This is an insult. They've made you wait so long with not a single word of welcome. I'll go see what's going on." His hand shot out to shove the gate open. Feiying Xuanhuang raised a hand to stop him. "Huolier," he admonished softly, "did I not warn you before we left? Disciples of the Tianshu Pavilion must never behave so rudely." The gentle reproach struck deeper than intended. Feiying drew in a breath, then coughed twice, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his brow. "Master!" The circle of disciples stiffened. Even Huolier's anger drained away. He backed off respectfully and dropped to one knee, head bowed. "Forgive me, master. I meant no disrespect." Feiying Xuanhuang waved him back up. "It's nothing more than a lingering chill poison from that beast. My body's simply not healed. Now stand at ease." He pressed a hand to his side, wincing at the dull ache, eyes heavy with unspoken concern. Feiying, an outer disciple of the Tianshu Pavilion and a great figure of the Xuanhuang perfected realm, set out 6 months ago with his prideful pupils. Their journey took them through rifts in the void and across the myriad realms surrounding Qianyu, partly to broaden his disciples' horizons, partly to seek any chance of breaking into the Tianhuang realm. Half a year on, their gains proved modest, and Feiying's dream of ascending to Tianhuang remained distant. Ready to return to Tianshu Pavilion, he recalled the recent news. The pavilion's lord had appointed a new master to inherit its authority. Though Feiying held only the rank of outer sect elder, he felt duty-bound to pay his respects. But fate intervened. As he and his disciples neared the spiritual realm's threshold, a demon king materialized high above the TM. The ensuing battle was brutal. When the dust settled, the demon king lay slain by Feiying's hand, but not without cost. Feiying himself lay grievously wounded, his return journey now more perilous than ever. Treating cold poison isn't inherently difficult. Anyone born with a spiritual vein can quickly restore their energy once the toxin is expelled. But the Demon King's venom is no ordinary affliction. It carries an unnatural chill that must be purged at once before it spreads beyond control. Desperate, we landed in nearby Jianglan City, hoping to find someone who could help. To our astonishment, we discovered a clan reputed for manipulating spiritual veins. Yet their arrogance knew no bounds. Where did they get the gall to look down on others so openly? Feiying Xuanhuang shook his head in exasperation. If they won't aid us, we'll move on, he muttered. Master Ye Cheng's wound is stable for now. It won't worsen for at least a month. That gives us time to seek help elsewhere. At that moment, the clan's young leader, Gu Yuan, emerged with a handful of kinsmen. They bowed in unison, eyes bright with curiosity. Honored Xuanhuang Sr., Gu Yuan greeted, may I ask to whom I have the pleasure of speaking? Please forgive the Gu family for failing to welcome you properly. A dozen clan elders bowed so low their foreheads nearly scraped the floor. But before their apology could settle, Huo Lier sprang forward, his eyes blazing with concern for his master. You call yourself the head of the Gu family? I've never even heard of you. Feiying met Huo Lier's challenge with a cool, unwavering gaze. With a single, deliberate step, he bowed once to the assembly, and then spoke in a measured tone, briefly explaining the events that had just transpired. No sooner had he finished than he swept his sleeve aside in one smooth motion. Swish! A small jade-green vial appeared between his fingers. He held it out to Ye Cheng, the newly arrived head of the Gu family. This is a Spirit King pill, my recompense for having used your family's spiritual veins. Rest easy. Once I depart, I will restore every ounce of spiritual energy I consumed. I would never allow the Gu family's veins to suffer lasting damage. Ye Cheng's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the vial. Behind him, the assembled clansmen exchanged incredulous glances. A Spirit King pill. Such a fourth-tier, high-grade elixir was priceless. Even a God King would prize it above almost any other treasure. None of them could recall ever seeing one offered so readily. Yet here it was, shining with impossible promise in Feiying's outstretched hand. Gu Yuan glanced over the handful of pills Feiying Xuanhuang had just presented and shook her head. The thing is, the Gu clan already holds apology gifts from half the emperor-level powers in the spirit realm, and we've still got treasures bequeathed by the Daluo Tiangong, she explained. On top of that, before he left, Ye Cheng prepared dozens of elixirs for his travels. Fourth-level pills? With intricate patterns? Those are as common here as stones. Even the plain, unpatterned fourth-level pills are normally set aside by Ye Cheng and me for trading, exchanging them for higher-grade spirit iron, rare herbs, or other premium materials so our young master can hone his alchemy. She pushed the pills back across the table without another word. Clearly, Feiying Xuanhuang didn't come to offer marriage blessings to Qing'er. He's merely passing through Jianglin, perhaps on his way across the spirit realm, and this little gift has been misunderstood. With that, she dismissed the matter and turned away. Feiying Xuanhuang turned and gestured, "Please follow me. I'll have a quiet courtyard prepared for you. No one will disturb you there." He paused, then reached into his sleeve and produced a small jade vial. He held it out to Ye Cheng. "And this pill, take it as a token of my gratitude." Ye Cheng shook his head and offered it back. "No, senior, you must keep it. Consider it my gift in return. After all, you're my honored host, Todd. A." He didn't want to refuse again. Feiying had already promised to help restore his spiritual energy, and turning down more gifts would make him look ungrateful. Your hospitality is more than enough. For a heartbeat, Feiying looked surprised. The dozen disciples standing behind him exchanged quick, sympathetic glances. They assumed Ye Cheng didn't recognize the name Lingwang pill or understand how rare it was. With a gentle smile, Feiying reached out and took the vial back. "Master Gu, please don't be so polite. A gift between nobles is only proper." Then he added, as if it were no big deal, "You may not know this, but the Lingwang pill is a top-grade fourth-tier spirit elixir. It's not something we offer lightly." Feiying Xuanhuang stepped forward, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Master Gu, even the mightiest God King, let alone an ordinary Xuanhuang cultivator, would see their training efficiency soar if they could master this technique. Its potential is that profound." He paused, bowing his head in deference. "If you decline, I'd be mortified to present it before the other nobles." Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He took in Fei Ying's eager expression and the precise, almost scientific way he described the method's benefits. Behind him, the tribesmen exchanged excited glances, their anticipation growing by the second. For a long moment, Ye Cheng remained silent. Then at last, he lifted his gaze and met Fei Ying's hopeful stare. A subtle smile curved his lips. "That sounds intriguing," he said, his voice calm but charged with interest. "Very well, show me this technique." A ripple of relief and excitement passed through the assembly. Fei Ying Xuanhuang nodded vigorously and immediately began unfolding the ancient scroll, eager to reveal the secrets that might redefine Ye Cheng's path to power. Chapter 137. As Gu Yuan and the others exchanged looks of astonishment, Fei Ying Xuanhuang and his entourage assumed they were merely reacting to the Spirit King pill's immense value. Fei Ying allowed a satisfied smile to play on his lips and gave a subtle nod, signaling for Gu Yuan to accept the vial. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Declining again would surely seem ungrateful, so he reached out, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Fei Ying." "Good," Fei Ying replied. "Now see that our guests are shown to their quarters, and remember to lead the spirit formation to the courtyard where they'll be staying." "With pleasure." A handful of Gu family attendants sprang forward and soon shepherded Fei Ying and his party away. As they disappeared, the remaining Gu family members shared mischievous grins. One of the more impetuous young men shot Gu Yuan an exaggerated wink. "Uncle," he teased, "this Spirit King pill is quite the prize, isn't it? It will greatly improve your cultivation efficiency," the youth piped up mischievously. Gu Yuan's expression tightened. With a slight frown, he raised his hand and tossed the bottle of Ling Wang Dan across the courtyard to the young man. "You're right, boy," he said with an exaggerated smile. "But I've always looked out for the younger generation. I don't need this pill. Take it. Consider your next 6 months' worth of family cultivation rations covered." "What?" "No, Uncle. I spoke out of turn. Is this really Uncle, Patriarch?" The young scion gaped, clutching the pill bottle as if it were too hot to hold. His cheeks burned with regret. If only he'd known Gu Yuan was joking, he'd never have dared such insolence. Meanwhile, Master Fei Ying Xuanhuang and his disciples remained blissfully unaware of the minor drama. After they'd been shown to their rooms in the Gu family estate, Fei Ying gently reminded his pupils to stay close to home, especially Huo Lier, whose fiery temper tended to land him in trouble. They were, after all, guests under the Gu family's roof. They were strangers in the Gu household, and no matter how hard they tried, they could never completely root out the trouble lurking within. In the end, the Gu clan would still bear the consequences. So Huo Lier and the others, unwilling to disobey their master's orders, remained in the courtyard day after day, assisting him in his cultivation. Time slipped by in a blur. Fei Ying Xuanhuang exhaled a sour breath as he completed another set of movements. A flush of color returned to his cheeks, and a fierce gleam lit his eyes. In at most 5 days, the cold poison will be gone. He was still savoring that thought when a burst of laughter and singing drifted through the courtyard walls. "Hua la la!" He froze, eyebrows lifting. What's all the commotion out there? Instinctively, he reached out with his consciousness, sensing a sudden wave of celebration emanating from the Gu residents. Curiosity, and something like amusement, flitted across his face. What kind of ceremony are they holding? Have the Gu family really found cause to celebrate? At his voice, Huo Lier and the other disciples snapped out of their meditative state. One of them hurried outside and returned moments later, breathless but eager. "Master, you were right to sense it. I asked the servants, and they told me the young master of the Gu household, Ye Cheng, is about to marry." Fei Ying Xuanhuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, really? What a coincidence!" Huo Lier exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Fei Ying Xuanhuang merely smiled. With a casual flick of his wrist, he produced another treasure, this one resplendent in purple and gold, its form like a sleek, swimming fish, exquisitely carved and brimming with potency. The moment he revealed it, every disciple around him went silent, their gazes fixed on the artifact. "Is that the Yuanyu talisman master has been seeking?" someone whispered, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Fei Ying Xuanhuang nodded. He turned to his most attentive female disciple, Yuer, and handed her the talisman. Yuer, Have this piece meticulously adorned. At the wedding, present it to the Gu family as my gift. Yuer's cheeks flushed with astonishment. Master, you truly intend to give the Gu family the Yuanyu talisman? She asked, voice trembling. It's an emperor-level treasure. Its barrier, once activated, would defy even a perfected Xuanhuang disciple's attacks for the duration of an incense stick. Feiying Xuanhuang merely chuckled. All in good time. This gift will cement the bond between our sect and the Gu household. Feiying Xuanhuang's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he lifted the Yuanyu spirit shield for all to see. Even a cultivator just below the Emperor realm could hammer away at this barrier for days on end without ever depleting its spiritual energy. No wonder my disciples have been clamoring for it. And yet here it is, offered as a gift to the Gu family. He gave a lazy shrug, but it matters little. The Gu family has treated us like honored guests these past few days, and this spirit realm is already a heaven-sent opportunity for my master. With a flick of his sleeve, he continued, Remember the treasure we retrieved from that beast's lair? And that bloody clash with the spirit realm's demon king? It was worth every drop of effort. The insights I gained from that battle alone could boost my chances of reaching the heavenly emperor realm by at least 30%. Feiying Xuanhuang tapped the talisman etched into the shield. Compared to what I've learned, this Yuanyu talisman is hardly a prize. At his feet, Ye Cheng bowed politely, masking the restlessness stirring in his chest. The shield's latent power dazzled him, but it was the promise of newfound revelations, and the Emperor realm beyond, that occupied his thoughts most of all. Huolier and the others exchanged excited glances. Right now, their master is only an outer sect worshipper of the Tianshu Pavilion, a respectable rank, but still middle tier. If he makes that next breakthrough and becomes a heavenly emperor, he'll be eligible to serve as an outer sect elder. His access to resources and authority will skyrocket, and naturally, his disciples will reap the benefits. Compared to that, this little Yuanyu talisman hardly matters at all. But just think how stunned the Gu family will be. Huolier said with a grin. When Master presents the Yuanyu talisman at the wedding, it'll blow everyone away. The other disciples laughed, eyes alight with anticipation and a touch of anxiety. When the moment came, they worried the Gu family might not immediately grasp how priceless the talisman was. They'd need to find a tactful way to point it out without offending their hosts. Meanwhile, Feiying Xuanhuang's private conversation with his students went entirely unnoticed by the Gu family. Since that day, both Ye Cheng and Feiying Xuanhuang had returned to the Gu estate in quick succession. With the wedding drawing ever closer, neither groom nor bride had a moment to spare, entertaining distant relatives or uninformed onlookers. Yet, out of respect for tradition and to fulfill their duties as hosts, the Gu family still sent an attendant to deliver the official wedding date to Feiying Xuanhuang. Feiying Xuanhuang and his disciples, who had long since begun their own preparations, welcomed the news with quiet satisfaction. When the attendant arrived, Xuanhuang offered a polite bow and a gentle smile. "Thank you for your message," he said. "Please convey to Master Ye Cheng that I eagerly await that first cup of his wedding wine. I will also bring gifts as a token of my gratitude to both master and disciples." At last, the much-anticipated day dawned. With serene confidence, Feiying Xuanhuang stepped from his courtyard. Flanked by his disciples, he made his way to the grand banquet hall, ready to join Ye Cheng in a celebration that would unite their families in marriage. Chapter 138, Senior Feiying has arrived. Welcome, welcome. At the announcement, Ye Cheng, who had been supervising preparations for the event, looked up with a bright smile and stepped forward. "Please, Senior Feiying, have a seat." Two attendants from the Gu household immediately fell in behind Master Feiying Xuanhuang and his disciple, guiding them toward the VIP section. Though Feiying returned the greeting with a courteous nod, his smile grew a little tight as he neared his chair. His disciples, too, stiffened when they saw where he was being led. Instead of occupying one of the prime front-row seats, several of which remained conspicuously empty, Master Feiying was directed to the very end of the row. Those better seats were clearly being held for some other, unnamed guests. Huolier's eyes blazed with indignation. He leaned close to his master and whispered through gritted teeth, Master, this is an outrage. The Gu family can't seriously expect you to sit in a corner while they reserve the best places for who knows whom. It's a blatant insult to the dignity of the Xuanhuang school. Maybe the Gu family has connections with certain royal houses, so they've set aside quarters for imperial guests, one of the female disciples murmured. Feiying Xuanhuang inclined his head, the tension in his features finally softening. That would explain it. And truth be told, the Gu family's spiritual veins are remarkable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have healed so swiftly. Despite convincing himself, Feiying couldn't help feeling irked by the chilly treatment. After all, he was Feiying Xuanhuang of Tianshu Pavilion. No ordinary royal lineage, no average Xuanhuang sect could compare. Even masters of the Tianhuang realm in the wider spirit domain were beneath his notice. Yet he was their guest, and the hosts clearly saw no issue, so there was no sense in pressing the matter. He suppressed a sigh. Very well, he murmured. I can't fault those who don't know my true standing. A few paces away, Ye Cheng stood by the entrance, greeting each arriving guest with effortless grace and warm hospitality. He caught the flicker of surprise and discomfort on Feiying's master and disciples' faces, and felt utterly helpless. With the Gu family's current standing in the spirit realm, they barely qualified for VIP seating, and even then, they could only occupy the lowest tier. Among today's distinguished guests, few Xuanhuang would fill the honorary platform. Those seats were surely reserved first and foremost for the emperors. Granting Feiying and his party VIP places at all was already an extraordinary courtesy. Explaining that delicately, however, risked wounding their pride. After all, these were chance acquaintances, here simply to offer congratulations. Why embarrass them? Master, Huolier protested under her breath, this is over the top. You even bestowed the Yuanyu talisman on the Gu family. Do they really deserve such generosity? Feiying forced himself to remain calm, but his jaw tightened. The other disciples bristled in agreement. Even the usually gentle female student leaned close to echo Huolier's whispered indignation. Watching their muted outrage, Ye Cheng's shoulders slumped. He wished there were some easy way to smooth things over, but the rigid hierarchies of the spirit realm left him with no choice. All he could do was offer them a wry, apologetic smile and lead them toward the platform's back row, VIP by name, but far from the glory they'd expected. Master Feiying held up a hand to still Huolier's angry retort. Enough, he said softly. Today is the Gu family's big day. We're only their guests. We'll offer our gifts, share a cup of wedding wine, and then quietly take our leave. With that, he closed his eyes and settled back into meditation. Huolier and the other juniors fell silent, grudgingly accepting his decision. No sooner had the courtyard quieted than a herald's clarion voice shattered the hush. By command of Yunlong Holy Land, the Nanling Emperor has arrived to congratulate young Master Ye Cheng and his wedding. A ripple of astonishment spread through the assembled disciples. One of them murmured, An Emperor Realm cultivator? The Gu family's connections truly run deep, yet they still lack discernment. Master Feiying and his followers exchanged composed glances, betraying no surprise. Huolier, however, glared with undisguised contempt. A mere emperor, he thought, how could such a figure rival their own master? And yet, the very appearance of the Nanling Emperor left no doubt. The Gu family's influence was far greater than any of them had imagined. Huolier and the others began to fidget with impatience. From the far end of the courtyard, heralds stepped forward one after another, their voices carrying across the hushed crowd. Qinglan Holy Sect, Luoyu Divine Emperor has arrived. Grand Patriarch of the Lin family, on Frost Peak Mountain, Lin Lei Divine Emperor, approaches. Qiyu Holy Land sends Qiang Divine Emperor. Master Feiying and his disciples watched in stunned silence as a steady stream of divine and saint-ranked titans, each more illustrious than the last, was escorted by the Gu family's attendants to the VIP pavilion. One by one, they took their seats as though this were the most natural thing in the world. What in heaven's name is happening? Feiying muttered, glancing at his students. To them, the Gu family was at best a powerful king-level lineage. Respected, yes, but hardly the sort of household that could draw the world's greatest cultivators in person. Their only prior noteworthy guest had been Emperor Nanling, whose attendance had already marked a rare honor. Yet here were 6 divine emperors and half a dozen saint emperors, all clamoring to offer felicitations at Ye Cheng's wedding ceremony. And the gifts they'd brought. Ming-held relics, core-forged artifacts, spirit jewels that even Feiying Xuanhuang hesitated to touch for fear of damaging them. Each emperor vied to outdo the last, presenting treasures so priceless that even seasoned masters gasped at their splendor. As the final herald's voice faded, Feiying caught Ye Cheng's eye. The groom stood on the dais, calm and composed, receiving this parade of cosmic dignitaries with a polite nod. Behind that serene expression, however, something deeper stirred, an ambition that far exceeded mere noble alliances. Silence fell over the crowd. The true purpose of today's ceremony, it seemed, was only just beginning to unfold. Even as Ye Cheng beamed and handed out the exquisite offerings with effortless charm, Master Feiying and his young disciple felt their own primordial jade talismans sting with inadequacy. Compared to the Gu family's lavish gifts, the talismans they had painstakingly forged seemed embarrassingly meager. How could the Gu clan have such an expansive network? Master Feiying whispered under his breath, glancing nervously at his apprentice. That was when the two of them finally noticed the seating arrangement. The table of honor, far from hosting mere divine emperors, was filled with the rarefied presences of Saint Emperors himself. The first to arrive, Emperor Nanling, had paced past the assumed VIP section, given it a polite nod, and then settled unobtrusively at one of the ordinary banquet tables nearby. From start to finish, he'd treated the so-called honor seats as if they were beneath his notice. A flush of shame crept over Master Feiying and his disciple. Here they were, representatives of the Xuanhuang realm, surrounded not by equals, but by the pinnacles of cultivation, towering divine emperors and even those who had transcended to Saint Emperor. Aside from their clan members, no other Xuanhuang cultivators dared occupy those seats. Even the usually unflappable Huo Lier and the other disciples shifted in their chairs, eyes averted. Feiying Xuanhuang himself, proud descendant of the Saint Venerable Taoist lineage and esteemed member of the Tianshu Pavilion, felt an unfamiliar knot of discomfort in his chest. They toyed with the idea of slipping away to a more modest table, but pride held them fast. So they remained, straightening their robes and feigning composure, determined not to let embarrassment ruin the evening. Feiying, Huo Lier, and the others fell silent, too awed to speak. Instead, they studied the Gu family's young disciples more closely, and what they saw stunned them. One after another, these children, barely into their teens, had already broken through to the Calamity realm. A few were even younger looking, yet their auras outshone everyone around them. Such prodigies were rare even in an imperial household, and here they were, clustered under the Gu banner. Not quite on the level of Tianshu Pavilion's top disciples, perhaps, but far beyond any ordinary royal clan. Huo Lier exchanged a baffled glance with Feiying. What kind of family is the Gu clan? Their question hung in the air when the sky suddenly thundered to life. A dazzling, 7-colored rainbow streaked downward, resolving into a majestic chariot drawn by 9 emperor-grade beasts. It cut through the clouds like a bolt of lightning, its combined power rolling outward in waves like a storm-tossed sea. Every head in the arena jerked skyward, and even Feiying's group felt the weight of that awe-inspiring presence. Is that venerable-level momentum? A roar of astonishment swept through the arena. Spirit realm titans and elite cultivators alike gaped as a middle-aged man in crimson robes descended from a hovering chariot. A spiritual sword dangled at his hip, and his piercing gaze and towering presence exuded an unmistakable might. The oppressive aura pressed down so heavily that even the Saint Emperors present found themselves gasping for breath. Clearly, this was an existence well above the Emperor realm. The Gu family, truly astonishing. A giant from the spirit realm muttered in awe. As eyes darted from Gu Yuan to the other members of the Gu clan, their respect deepened. Until now, everyone's estimate of the Gu family had hinged on Ye Cheng's slaying of the Grand Palace Master of the Great Luo Heavenly Palace, and on the fearsome Tianlian god puppet he'd once summoned, feats that had already hinted at venerable tier power. But this new display proved that the Gu family's roots ran far deeper than anyone had imagined. How could the Gu family, which once relied on only a single venerable, now host a being who has transcended the imperial realm, coming all this way to congratulate young Master Ye Cheng on his wedding. The giants of the spirit realm exchanged stunned glances. Inwardly, each was relieved that they had shown up in person. It would have been a serious breach of etiquette otherwise. Yet despite their courtesy, their hearts raced with confusion. They flicked their eyes to the Feiying sect's master and his disciple, floating above them, then to the red-robed figure stepping from the sedan chair. Recognition dawned slowly, and in that moment, their faces went pale. Even Feiying Xuanhuang, famed for his composure, couldn't contain his shock. His eyes widened as he gasped. Deputy Pavilion Master, and what brings you here? Chapter 139. Your Patriarch Feiying? Someone in the crowd gasped. High above the sea of clouds, Saint Xiang, the supreme giant of the Saint Perfection realm and Deputy Pavilion Master of Tianshu Pavilion, froze at the shout. He studied the man below for a moment, then recognized him as one of his outer sect disciples. Nodding curtly, he acknowledged Feiying's presence. Without another word to Feiying, Saint Xiang turned toward the ceremonial platform where Ye Cheng stood as the groom. Bowing deeply, his voice rang out across the assembly in respectful tones. I am Saint Xiang, Deputy Pavilion Master of Tianshu Pavilion in Qianyu. I offer my heartfelt congratulations to the Pavilion Master on this joyous occasion. Saint, Supreme Giant of the Saint Perfection realm? The hall fell completely silent. Where there had been murmurs and laughter, now only stunned faces remained. Every eye was fixed on Saint Xiang, mouths agape in disbelief. Even the spirit realm giants, who had assumed Xiang's retinue were mere envoys of venerable orders, realized they had been mistaken. The Gu family's standing, already formidable, now seemed to soar to unprecedented heights. They had never seen it coming. They'd grossly underestimated the Gu family, and by a mile. Saint Xiang, 2 realms above the Venerable, and hailed as the greatest titan in the Saint Venerable realm, had arrived. No one had realized his sect answered to the Gu family. Instead of greeting them as guests, he strode forward, bowed low, and addressed Ye Cheng as Pavilion Master, clearly one of Ye Cheng's own subordinates. A ripple of astonishment ran through the crowd. What other hidden cards did this young master have? At the center of the grand hall, Saint Xiang's salute was the embodiment of deference. Every giant of the spirit realm present unconsciously held their breath, fixating on Ye Cheng as if he were a living deity. Yet the most stunned of all were Master Feiying and his disciples. Their minds went blank. Years ago, Empress Fufeng had conquered Tianshu Pavilion, and ever since, the title of Pavilion Master had gone unclaimed out of respect for her supremacy. And now, in a single instant, this young man had not only seized that vacant honor, but commanded the loyalty of its highest patron. A heavy silence settled over the assembly. Ye Cheng stood calm and composed, offering nothing but the faintest knowing smile. Around him, allies and adversaries alike exchanged uneasy glances. They all understood the same terrifying truth at once. The Gu family's strength was far greater than anyone had dared to imagine, and they were only beginning to show their hand. Secondly, it was also meant to demonstrate loyalty to the Empress. Only the person she designated could legitimately assume the title of Pavilion Master of Tianshu Pavilion. Master Feiying and his outer sect disciples had no idea this was how the appointment worked. All they knew were snippets of rumor. They'd heard that whoever took the Pavilion Master's seat must have secured the favor of the current Emperor realm. Although the story lacked solid proof, it was plausible enough to be widely accepted. So when a messenger arrived from the pavilion announcing that Her Majesty has chosen a new Pavilion Master, Feiying and his disciples were instantly intrigued. Who could have earned the Empress's blessing? They speculated wildly, only to be stunned when they discovered the appointment had gone to someone under their very roof. The new Pavilion Master was none other than Ye Cheng, the young master of the Gu family, where they were staying. In all the time they'd been lodged at the Gu estate, Feiying and his companions had never seen him venture out, yet here he was, about to take up one of the highest offices in the sect. Rumors among the Gu family's servants had already confirmed that the young master, Ye Cheng, was barely in his early 20s, and yet he had already won the favor of the Emperor realm at such a tender age. How far will he rise? One servant murmured. Master Fei, Nang and his disciples exchanged awed glances. Before anyone could speak again, distant firecrackers snapped and popped. Voila! A squad of Saint Emperor-level beasts bore a brilliant crimson sedan chair into view. As it drew near, a voice announced, Today's bride, Lan Qingxuan. Seated atop the bridal palanquin, Lan Qingxuan looked every inch the imperial beauty. She wore a flowing scarlet wedding gown, a delicate phoenix coronet, and a jade-red veil that obscured her features. Yet even that couldn't hide the grace of her slender neck or the poise in her posture. A collective hush fell over the crowd. Male cultivators cast envious glances at Ye Cheng. After all, who wouldn't covet such a match? But even the great Master Fei Ying and Saint Qiang found themselves staring at Lan Qingxuan in admiration, wondering at the fortune and future that awaited the young master of the Gu family. They could all sense it. Lan Qingxuan's cultivation, though supreme within the spirit realm, was only at the divine emperor tier, and outside that bound, it was ordinary. Yet none of the assembled nobles dared question her fortune in being pledged to Ye Cheng, the young pavilion master of Tianshu Pavilion, an unmatched prodigy favored by the imperial court. If anyone was truly lucky, it was Lan Qingxuan. Ye Cheng paid no mind to whispered opinions. Still, as Lan Qingxuan danced lightly ahead in her ceremonial robes, he found his impatience growing. The final bows were made, formalities observed, and then, with scarcely a word, he took her hand and led the flushed bride back to his private courtyard. That first night passed in stony silence. So did the second. It was not until the third dusk, when Lan Qingxuan's composure finally cracked, that she pressed her hands together in humble entreaty, tears shining in her eyes. Only then did Ye Cheng step from behind the carved lattice door, his expression guarded yet resolved, ready at last to answer her plea. My cultivation level has advanced, and my wives can barely keep up. Ye Cheng glanced at Lan Qingxuan's graceful form draped across the couch. A pleased smile spread across his face as he reached out to stroke his chin. Turning back to her, he teased, Wife, let's rest for the night and pick up where we left off tomorrow. The chamber fell silent. After a moment, Lan Qingxuan's soft, almost whispering voice floated through the air. The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Ye Cheng echoed with a chuckle. He really ought to refuse. After all, the ancient battlefield's opening was fast approaching, and he needed every ounce of strength he could muster. Thanks to his system, these nightly unions boosted his power almost magically. Yet the memory of Emperor Xuan's tearful plea weighed heavily on him. How could he deny the emperor's request? With a resigned sigh, he leaned back and murmured, It's not easy being a man with grand ambitions. He wasn't joking. As the date of the ancient battlefield drew near, pressure tightened around his chest like a vice. Gathering his thoughts, Ye Cheng steeled himself. He would heed the call and step onto that battlefield, no matter the cost. Ye Cheng's first priority was to honor his covenant with the Empress by preparing her healing pills. Thanks to his exceptional alchemical talents, he didn't need to scour the empire for the rare 7th-level ingredients required for an imperial-grade elixir. Still, he couldn't avoid refining the 6th-level elixir, and the problem was that its essential spiritual herbs and medicines were exceedingly scarce. Although he now commanded the resources of Tianshu Pavilion, even that organization had its limits. Tracking down 6th-level materials was like searching for a needle in a haystack. His only practical recourse was to dispatch agents to monitor major auction houses, ready to outbid rivals the moment any 6th-level herb or spirit medicine appeared. In the meantime, he placed his hopes on the upcoming expedition to the ancient battlefield. If he could uncover forgotten treasures there, they might help bridge the material shortfall. But there was a second, even more enticing reward awaiting him once he successfully restored the Empress to health, an imperial weapon. Ordinarily, earning such a prize would be a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Yet Ye Cheng possessed the Zhuxian sword formation, which allowed him to anchor up to 4 spiritual swords as its core. With that formation at his back, he felt confident he could claim whatever armament the court bestowed, and even press any advantage it offered in the trials ahead. Ye Cheng wasn't content with owning just one imperial weapon. 4 is the real goal, he muttered to himself. 3 more 6th-grade spirit swords, no less. 6th-grade spirit weapons were as priceless as the tier's herbs and elixirs, and they only appeared reliably in the ancient battlefield. There, spirit iron veins ran deep beneath the earth, and rare spirit herbs and medicines sprang up among the ruins. But Gu Kangming's latest report had been blunt. Every time the ancient battlefield opens, supreme experts from the venerable realm and above pour in. They won't hesitate to claim any treasure they find. Without enough personal strength, unearthing those weapons meant nothing if you couldn't defend them. True, he commanded a Tianlian divine puppet as his escort, but no automaton could replace a cultivator's own power. A slight boost in his cultivation would tip the balance in his favor, but there was a catch. If he advanced too quickly now, Lan Qingxuan would suffer from the strain. Fortunately, Lianxin's star charts had already aligned. Their 3rd daughter's birth was just around the corner. Once the baby arrived and Qingxuan had time to recover, Ye Cheng could push his cultivation without reservation. He paused, hand on his chin, eyes glittering with resolve. The countdown had begun, and when the time was right, he would return to the ancient battlefield with the strength needed to claim every 6th-grade spirit sword he desired. Young master, there's an urgent dispatch from Qianyu. An urgent dispatch? Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and took the jade talisman from the messenger, lightly pressing his fingertips against its carved surface. The moment he touched it, a clear voice echoed in his mind. The Shenmeng dynasty is under siege. Chapter 140. Using the Gu family's ancestral artifact and the power of his own bloodline, Gu Kongming had sent a jade talisman to the spirit realm. Though he had already achieved Xuanhuang perfection, the toll on him was immense, but the talisman arrived in a single day, a testament to the crisis at hand. When Ye Cheng examined the glowing script etched within, a wry smile tugged at his lips. The message explained that the Shenmeng dynasty's current siege was, in large part, the result of its own internal strife. For years, the 3rd prince and the 9th princess had been locked in a bitter rivalry. Though they never clashed in a full-scale battle, their endless skirmishes and covert assassinations had steadily eroded the dynasty's strength. A handful of deaths each year might have seemed minor, but they added up to a staggering loss of elite fighters. Worse still, during the final defense of the imperial city, Ye Cheng himself had slain 3,000 powerful adversaries with a single sword stroke, a feat that bolstered his reputation, but further depleted the dynasty's already strained reserves of high-level combatants. Now, besieged and underpowered, the Shenmeng dynasty teetered on the brink. Ye Cheng knew that his next decisions would determine the fate of an entire realm. If that had been the end of it, things might not have turned out badly. In fact, it could have been an incredible boon. Though so many powerful families and sects had been destroyed, their hordes of treasures and artifacts remained intact. In time, those riches could be absorbed as spoils of war by the Shenmeng royal house, and, by extension, the Lin and Gu clans who had sided with the throne. Given enough months, perhaps even years, the influx of wealth and cultivators would propel the Shenmeng dynasty and its allied Taoist sects into a new golden age. The realm would finally settle into a stability unseen in any neighboring dynasty. But the other states were not content to watch Shenmeng grow strong again. No sooner had the civil war ended than a coalition of rival dynasties mobilized at their borders. They struck like a tide against a weakened shore, determined to snuff out Shenmeng's resurgence before it could fully form. With so many veteran fighters lost in the recent turmoil, the dynasty's armies could only hold them off for so long. Time and again, the allied forces pressed Shenmeng's front lines back, capturing garrisons and securing footholds deep within the realm. Cornered and desperate, Grand Protector Gu Kangming sent his most trusted aide eastward with a sealed summons for help. It was addressed to Ye Cheng, the exiled master whose power was said to rival that of the highest elders. In that letter, Kangming pleaded for Ye Cheng's return. Without him, Shenmeng's final strongholds would surely fall. And so, in the heart of a dynasty already on its knees, a single parchment began its journey, the hope for salvation entrusted to one living legend. The situation is dire, but that just might work in our favor. Ye Cheng carefully slipped the jade talisman back into his sleeve. He didn't rush off to the Shenmeng dynasty. Instead, he withdrew the Tianshu order Empress Fu Feng had entrusted to him. With a single focused thought, his spiritual seal blazed onto the order, instantly summoning the pavilion's forces to mount a rescue mission. Far away, within the hallowed halls of the Tianshu pavilion in Qianyu, Saint Qiang's eyes snapped open. He had felt Ye Cheng's call the moment it was sent. Skimming the envoy's brief instructions, he rose and strode from his meditation chamber. "Pavilion Master," he reported breathlessly, "our men are already on the move. They'll reach the Shenmeng dynasty by nightfall." "Excellent," the Pavilion Master replied, nodding in approval. "Thank you for your swift response." Back in Zhonglin City, within the spiritual realm, Ye Cheng watched the confirmation appear on the Tianshu order and allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. A spark of pride lit his eyes. This, he thought, is what it means to wield real influence, perhaps much like a younger sibling savoring the older one's accomplishments. Shaking off the momentary vanity, he stretched his limbs, then turned to join Zhang Lianxin. Together, they would wait for the day after tomorrow and the beginning of their much-anticipated cultivation. At Chanyu's Tianshu Pavilion, Saint Qiang read Ye Cheng's dispatch and sprang into action. He immediately split his forces into two detachments. The first was sent to reinforce Shenfeng City, the crucial frontier stronghold of the Shenmeng dynasty that Ye Cheng had warned about. Though officially labeled a border outpost, Shenfeng City was, in practice, the very heart of Shenmeng's defenses. Nearly 90% of the dynasty's remaining troops were massed there, holding back the coalition armies. If Shenfeng fell, the allied forces of the Divine Dream dynasty would collapse without even mounting a full assault. Still, Saint Qiang would accept no risks. For the second force, he appointed his trusted elder, Tianzun, as commander. Under Tianzun's leadership rode 9 Grand Venerables, 36 intersect disciples who had reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, and several hundred Emperor realm warriors. Together, they boarded the mighty Tianshu warship and set course directly for the imperial city of the Divine Dream dynasty. Empress Meng Linger of the Divine Dream dynasty has just ascended the throne, and now we're ordered to protect her, along with the Gu family. The Deputy Pavilion Master really cares that much about Meng Linger? One of the Saint Venerable giants muttered, bewildered. He's sending an entire detail of us to guard her, and even authorizing the use of the Tianshu warship? No sooner had Elder Tianzun received Saint Qiang's command than he moved with extraordinary speed. He marshaled his forces and led them aboard the Tianshu warship without hesitation. The assembled giants from the Saint Venerable realm stared at one another in stunned silence. A divine emperor-level sovereign was to be their charge, and they were to escort her aboard a 6th-tier advanced spirit vessel? They all knew the reputation of the Tianshu warship. It was the pinnacle of spiritual craft, reserved only for the realm's supreme masters. In the entire Tianshu pavilion, only 2 deputy pavilion masters were ever deemed worthy to pilot it, and now the order was to deploy it in defense of a newly crowned empress. Obviously, there could be only one explanation. Meng Linger must be the secret daughter of the deputy pavilion master himself. As the warship's engines hummed to life, Ye Cheng, young scion of the Gu family, stood among the ranks, determined to uncover the truth behind this sudden, unprecedented order. Illegitimate daughter? The Tianzun elder's gaze flicked over the small circle of whispering confidants. "I can't confirm whether Queen Meng Linger truly is the deputy pavilion master's illegitimate child," he said slowly, "but there's no denying she only claimed the throne because our pavilion master put her there." A murmured chuckle rippled through the group. "So that settles it, then." The others exchanged uneasy looks. None dared challenge someone installed as empress by their own pavilion master. He might not be the most powerful figure in the cultivation world, but he was shrewd and respected. Silencing their gossip, the elders stiffened and issued their orders. Moments later, each Imperial Realm disciple was aboard the Tianshu warship. They pooled their strength, tearing open the fabric of space itself and slipping through a void channel. Within heartbeats, the vessel vanished en route to the imperial city of the Shenmeng dynasty, racing to deliver its urgent message. Meanwhile, in the heart of Shenmeng's imperial city, peace and prosperity had barely returned. Ever since Ye Cheng, the ninth princess's stalwart champion, had slain the progenitor of the Tantai clan and shattered its power, the city had basked in renewed calm. But now that fragile serenity was slipping away. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and an immense formation wrapped the entire city in a suffocating aura. Within the walls, even the most seasoned cultivators felt their hearts tighten. Dozens of spirit vessels, silent and swift, emerged on the horizon, flitting into position around the imperial precincts. Barely an hour ago, a crack force drawn from the four great divine dynasties had ripped open the fabric of space, teleporting straight to Shenmeng's outskirts, and encircled the city in one fell swoop. Though their numbers barely topped 100, this was no ordinary raiding party. It was an elite strike squad led by 7 divine emperors in person. Across the formation's barrier, Shenmeng's own defenders braced themselves. Few in number and caught unawares, they now faced an enemy striking with unprecedented speed and ferocity. There are only 2 god emperors in the entire realm, and both are tied down at Shenfeng City's front lines, fending off the allied armies. Here in the imperial capital, we muster just 5 cultivators at the Heavenly Emperor stage, even with our grand protective formations. Against 7 god emperors, we could hold out for at best half a day, perhaps not even that long. I fear the Shenmeng dynasty won't survive this siege. Around the hall, Shenmeng's monks exchanged desperate, haunted looks as they pictured the merciless foes closing in. Only Meng Linger refused to lose hope. She stepped forward, voice clear. Ancestor Kangming has sent word to His Highness Ye Cheng. If we hold our ground, Prince Ye Cheng will come to our rescue. At Ye Cheng's name, a spark of courage flared among them. They still remembered how he had slain Ancestor Tantai with a single, flawless strike, an act of power that had echoed through every corridor of the capital. Yet even as their hearts lifted, a darker question lingered. Could their defenses endure long enough for him to arrive? Why don't you just surrender and save us all the trouble? From outside the city walls of Shenmeng, the allied monks exchanged uneasy glances. They'd already crushed most of the enemy's morale, and victory lay within their grasp, but forcing an all-out assault now would spill blood needlessly. None of the generals wanted to expend their finest warriors in a final, brutal push. Even the god emperors leading the army shared their hesitation. They were unwilling to squander their elites just to end the siege a moment sooner. A hush fell over the battlefield as one of the god emperors drifted down from the sky, coming to hover above the city gates. He fixed Meng Linger with a frosty stare, an arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Meng Linger, he called, his voice carrying over the silent ranks. You're still living in a dream if you think you can hold out. He gave a derisive chuckle. Our coalition emperor is already on his way, yes, but even if we simply wait with the 7 of us here, we could shatter Shenmeng's city formation in half a day. He leaned forward, the light glinting off his celestial robes. Surrender now, and we may yet show mercy to the monks of Shenmeng. But if you force us to break your walls by storm, don't blame us for what follows. If we break the formation now, it'll be too late for you to repent. High above the battlefield, her voice echoing like steel, she bit her crimson lip, her once warm gaze turning ice-cold. Emperor Changshan, you have no right to demand my surrender. If you fear regret, withdraw now, before His Highness Ye Cheng arrives. After that, you'll learn the true meaning of remorse. A mocking laugh rolled up from the ranks of the allied forces. The Changshan Divine Emperor stood tall, arrogance radiating from his every pore. Ye Cheng? Ha! That name's been on everyone's lips ever since we shattered Tantai's feeble foundations, an old dog who barely climbed into the Saint Emperor realm. Compared to the might of our coalition, he's nothing but an insect. He spread his arms wide, as though embracing his own confidence. Regret, you say? I've never regretted a choice in my life. Before his words could fade, a sharp crack split the air, like the world itself fracturing under an unseen force. Shock registered on the faces of Emperor Changshan and the allied monks behind him as the formation began to tremble. Ye Cheng's heart thumped as he stood atop the eastern ramparts of Shenmeng Imperial City, watching the sky. Without warning, the very fabric of space before him tore open in a chasm as vast as the void itself, an abyss splitting heaven and earth. Through that gaping rift, a colossal warship emerged. It stretched over 10,000 feet in length, its hull more like a floating mountain than the agile spirit boats Ye Cheng had seen before. Suspended between cloud and emptiness, it sailed forward with measured grace. Then came the thunder. Boom, 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 boom. 5 deep detonations rolled through the air in rapid succession. With each blast, waves of crushing, oppressive energy radiated outward, coiling and surging over the city's high walls. Residents in the streets clutched at their robes, instinctively bowing their heads against the onslaught of that terrifying aura. In an instant, the entire Shenmeng Imperial City lay under the shadow of the warship's power, its fate hanging in the balance, as Ye Cheng braced himself for whatever came next.